It's on the heart of your money, Saturdays at 5 p.m. and Sundays at 9 a.m. right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
At PGW, safety is essential to delivering clean, reliable natural gas to Philadelphia homes and businesses. If you smell gas, call PGW at 215-235-1212.
Joe Conklin hosts Comedy Night at Parks Casino on the last Thursday of every month and 360 Lounge. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
The price of gold has risen to $4,000 per ounce. There's never been a better time to sell your unwanted gold jewelry. Get immediate cash at our 5 days only buying event, December 15th through the 19th at the Holiday Inn on Penrose Avenue in South Philadelphia. Bring in your unwanted, broken, or forgotten gold jewelry, silver, coins, diamonds, and watches. You'll receive a free evaluation and get paid cash on the spot. No pressure, no obligation. Top dollar offers are being made all week long. If it's gold, bring it. Gold chains, rings, earrings, bracelets, charms, estate pieces, even single earrings and broken jewelry. There has never been a better time to sell your gold jewelry than this event. It's 5 days only, December 15th through the 19th from 10 to 5 at the Holiday Inn on Penrose Avenue in South Philadelphia. Don't wait. Clean out those jewelry boxes and turn your valuables into instant cash. Again, turn your old jewelry into instant cash. December 15th through the 19th at the Holiday Inn on Penrose Avenue in South Philadelphia. Sponsored by ImmediateCashForGold.com.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
To get this special radio offer, go to leaffilter.com/radio for your free gutter inspection today and get up to 30% off. That's leaffilter.com/radio for up to 30% off. leaffilter.com/radio. See representative for warranty details.
Hey everyone, I'm Josh Radner, and I am so excited to tell you about How We Made Your Mother, a rewatch podcast looking back at How I Met Your Mother. And I'm here with Craig Thomas, who co-created the show along with Carter Bays. Hi, Craig.
Hey, Josh. Somehow it has been 20 years since the show premiered. I'm going to check the math on that. 10 years since it went off the air, and we thought that made this a perfect time to look back, see what the hell we did, and why the show still seems to resonate with fans around the world today.
Follow and listen to How We Made Your Mother wherever you get your podcasts.
Yo, Langhorne. Thanks for listening to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live.
Mr. President, you mentioned some of your favorite songs. In your opinion, what makes a song great?
Well, it's something that has to be soft and soothing to your ear. I like some songs that other people don't like, you know. That's why they have, you ever hear the expression, that's why they have menus in restaurants. We're all different. We all order different things. Otherwise, you just serve one meal and that would be it.
Are you a country music fan?
But I love country music. And we have the king of country music tonight. So that's another one.
So that was President Trump, Kennedy Center Awards, and a big night. I did love the Rocky reference and the Sylvester Stallone stuff, I think, for us. Well, I don't know if any of you are watching Tulsa. I heard.
Terrible. No.
Oh, here we go.
Oh, it's horrible.
I thought I heard Zioli saying that he likes it or that he was watching it, but I get it. I don't know why, but maybe Zioli said Landman, which is but you don't like Tulsa?
Tulsa King, I mean, there's a lot of hype around it. People love it, but
Tulsa
Sylvester
King?
being Sylvester, unless you're a true Sylvester fan, you're not going to like. I respect Sylvester Stallone. Don't get me wrong. I like him, but the guy's he's not a good actor.
Aww.
No, he's not. I'm sorry. I don't mean to throw that out there, but he can't. He has one way of reading lines, and it's a Sylvester Stallone way, and it's very apparent in Tulsa King, and the acting's subpar, and it's hard to get over.
He writes a lot of his own stuff.
I know, and that's why it's bad.
I don't think it's
well,
bad.
Rocky was awesome. I don't get me wrong. I'm not going to say that movie. Yeah.
My husband loves Tulsa.
Yeah.
King. I shouldn't just say Tulsa King.
Why though? I mean,
I don't know. I think we are both Sylvester Stallone fans, and like you said, if you're a fan of his, then you just kind of it's like he's macho, and I don't know. I kind of like the show.
Yeah.
It's got the grit. You know what I mean? It's like the macho. He's chivalrous.
When he's, I gotta go to college.
He's trying to be a role model to the other young men.
You don't see him talking about when they're in the hospital.
He's a tough guy. He's still very tough.
I watched the show. It's bad.
What? Come on.
Yeah.
Help me out here.
Yeah,
but
sorry.
Landman, I know you. So our sons are like, oh, God. They're watching Landman and Tulsa. But I like those two shows.
Yeah.
But
I haven't seen Landman yet, but I have heard great things.
It's pretty
about
good.
It. Yeah.
It's with Tommy. Tommy's
just
what's
out of
his
pure
face?
pride of Philadelphia, did give Tulsa King
Yeah.
a good college try, but couldn't get past the fourth episode.
But I love it. I loved seeing the awards and that. Look, how many other presidents are trying to make the Kennedy Center great again? They were losing money, and I think now would I go to an event at the Kennedy Center? Absolutely. So I think they're trying to bring it out of basically bankruptcy, make it a money making operation. Wouldn't that be nice?
Would be nice. Will they do it? Yeah.
Yeah.
You think so?
Do it? Do you have other clips from the Kennedy Center?
I do. I have a lot from the Kennedy Center, actually. I have, they talked about Zelensky a little bit. Weird questions. I guess if you have a president on the red carpet, there are going to be, serious questions. But two that really stuck out regarding Zelensky, Ukraine, and tariffs. Where did you want to go first there, Dawn?
Well, today, so we do have some news about Zelensky. I know that they met over the weekend, and now, we did have comments about Zelensky read the agreement or whatever. So there's some criticism there, but hopefully, cross your fingers, say a prayer, we will still see peace between Russia and Ukraine. But I think we should start there.
What's your next step in Russia-Ukraine talks after last week's negotiations?
So we've been speaking to President Putin, and we've been speaking to Ukrainian leaders, including President Zelensky. And I have to say that I'm a little bit disappointed that President Zelensky hasn't yet read the proposal. That was as of a few hours ago. His people love it, but he hasn't. Russia's fine with it. Russia, I guess, would rather have the whole country when you think of it. But Russia is, I believe, fine with it. But I'm not sure that Zelensky's fine with it. His people love it, but he hasn't read it. So someday you'll explain that one to me, Jeff.
Yeah, that's bizarre. Isn't that bizarre? If true, like, what is he so busy doing? Where's little Volodymyr? Was he like holiday shopping? And I just
new season of Stranger Things out on Netflix.
Yeah, is he? Yeah, maybe he's.
Oh, Hallmark has released their holiday movie slate.
Like, what is up with that?
That's where he is. Yeah.
Shame. That's a sin. So President Trump has every right to criticize him. Like, Volod. I don't know what his shorthand is, but Volod? Vol? If he's Delco, he's Val. But, in all seriousness, to not read the thing is quite bizarre to me. And I'm sure he has read it. He's just saying that because he's being pissy about something. It's like, dude, give it up. You know what I mean? That's little... Remember the whole thing with, I said it was like the principal's office when he realized Biden was a loser, Trump was going to be the winner, and he met with Trump and he knew, like, oh, dang, the gravy train is over, little fella. Come on. Come on.
Remember his face?
Remember his face?
He just looked.
He was, remember this? He was like,
I would imagine David will look after being yelled at by you, to be quite honest.
Yeah, but come on. I mean, I think he's a size 6 men's shoes, referencing the earlier story.
Oh, you think that was him that they were talking about? That's a size 7?
No, I don't even think. Trump's not going to buy him shoes.
I have to comment on that story. There's no way Marco Rubio is an 11.5.
He might be.
No, there's no way.
Some of those little guys, they got the big feet.
Yeah.
You never know. What size shoe are you?
13.
13. So
Well,
you're the
12
same
and a
as-
half, but I say 13 because
13.
every man has to, exaggerate a bit.
All the guys, in my house, so Larry, Michael, and David are all a size 13 shoe.
Wow.
Which is very convenient because if you buy a pair of shoes and one of them does not like it.
Oh, yeah, that's.
You know what I mean? Somebody's going to like it.
They got their shoe size from their father, apparently.
Well, he used to be a 12. So because your feet keep growing.
It started to sag a little bit.
So now he's a 13. But for them, I suspect that, especially for David, he'll end up being probably bigger than a 13.
Wow.
Because those 13s right now are like tight.
Are feet feet do stop growing eventually, right?
No, I guess your feet, your nose, and your ears keep growing.
Is that true, or is that just a wild?
Well, that's what they claim.
Well, Dr. Marion Mass is coming up next.
Yeah,
I feel like
we'll
that
have
might
to ask her. Is it true that your feet, ears, and nose? Because the cartilage thing makes sense to me. I know. Anyway.
Are you on tariffs or?
Yeah, let's go to tariffs.
You want some tariffs? I got your tariffs. Here you go.
You get your tariffs.
Well, we will. I agree with them on that, but I also think that, we're making so much money with tariffs that we'll also be able to make a nice dividend to middle-income people. We're talking about middle-income and lower-income people. We're not talking about dividends to rich people. But there's so much money being made from the tariffs, and countries that were taking advantage of us for many, many years are not taking advantage of us anymore. We're taking in tremendous amounts of money from countries that we were losing lots of money to. And you know what? They're okay with it. They're not complaining. They're not complaining about the tariffs. They'd rather not have them, but they're not saying there's anything wrong. And the big thing is, in the court, we have tremendous flexibility with the current system. It's unbelievable for national security. I've ended 8 wars, largely because of trade and because of tariffs. If we go the other tariff route, and there are other routes we can go, but it won't give you the same pure national security as this one. This one is swift and very powerful.
Yeah, I would love to know exactly what First Lady Melania Trump, what her thought bubble. You know what I mean? Because people think, depending on who you are, so many on the left think, oh, she's this a fixed marriage and she's not really into, remember, she was born behind the Iron Curtain, if you will. Remember where she grew up, pretty tough. And so I just think she's looking out like, you people are so stupid. You know what I mean? Like, I think her thought bubble is.
I'm just watching her silently.
You're so biased.
Creepily.
These ridiculous.
She is stunning.
She is stunning.
She is stunning. Like just the fear. Look at the fierce eyes just standing there as he talks.
And fierce.
Is there anything you can pick out that's imperfect about
nothing?
That? No.
And that's what makes the left cray-cray, as I say. It makes them crazy that she is so beautiful and brilliant and speaks, 7 different languages?
It's nuts. Fluently,
I might add. And so, But no, Zelensky, so the Ukrainian President Zelensky, by the way, there is a summit going on. And so as we think about what's happening, so hopefully just say a prayer, but he's expected in Brussels and Rome later today. And so this continues on. It's not over. I don't want to give that impression. But I know that the president was a little disappointed in the little Ukrainian leader. So he wants, by the end of the year, Trump wants to make it peace deal number 9. Certainly, all you want for Hanukkah and Christmas. Peace, Ukraine. Wouldn't that be beautiful?
Yeah.
By Hanukkah, which is next, right? Starts sundown Sunday. So just imagine if we had peace between Ukraine and Russia. Wouldn't that be beautiful?
Just like Melania.
That's right. I want peace.
Melania is so beautiful, so elegant. This is Dottie over on the YouTube chat.
Oh, you're right, Dottie.
Yeah.
She's incredible.
That's what money and power can do, right? I mean, if you look at that freeze frame, there's definitely a difference in appearance.
When I look at her hair, I'm just thinking,
look how good she looks compared to look how bad he looks. Come on.
Well, but she always.
Yeah.
I'm looking at her hair. I need to. I don't know. I need I love her hair. She's a natural brunette, but then she got the blonde highlights.
Yeah.
I need some help here with this hair. After my DIY conditioning treatment that I talked about earlier.
I don't think it looks bad.
Thanks, Dan.
You put.
Dan's
maybe that's another question
sweetheart.
from Dr. Marion Mass. Is it good to put mayonnaise in your hair?
Okay. Do we have to take a break before Dr. Mass?
Yes.
So her latest piece, a lot of you are reacting to this as this is a woman taking us behind the battle lines because she is battling to make our healthcare great again, or maybe better than ever. Our local doctor, Dr. Mass, will continue the conversation. Don't miss it. She's coming up live next.
Time now for today's Spotlight on Money, sponsored by Bills Happen.
Numerous studies over the years have said that disagreements about money are the number one source of arguments in a relationship and one of the leading causes of divorce regardless of income level. Ed Jertson, founder of the Engage Wealth Group, says it's important for couples to have a stress-free conversation to outline their goals and then celebrate when the goal is accomplished.
Have some goals that you both can meet and then go enjoy those goals.
I'm Rob Hart.
See website for details. Bills Happen is not a lender and does not make credit decisions. Hey, Bills Happen! So when you need extra cash fast, go to BillsHappen.com. Have you been turned down? Are your credit cards maxed out? Do you have bad credit? Go to BillsHappen.com. You could find a lender and get up to $5,000 cash as early as tomorrow. BillsHappen.com is safe, secure, and all online. Just remember, when you need cash, go to BillsHappen.com. BillsHappen.com for the cash you need now. BillsHappen.com.
David DeFranco, and I became a client of Crash Proof in 2014. What led me to Crash Proof retirement was the crash in 2008. I lost $300,000 in my portfolio, and I made a promise to myself I would never let this happen again, and that's when I looked into Crash Proof. I've been very happy with it ever since. Never lost a dime, only ever gained. The interest you gain is more than enough to cover any inflation and expenses. Now that the stock market is up, it's the best time to come into Crash Proof because I enjoy the gains, but I don't have to worry about the losses.
Schedule an appointment or register for the next Crash Proof Retirement Educational Event happening at Springfield Country Club in Delaware County this Tuesday, December 9th. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Does your home need new windows and doors, but you decided to brave it through one more cold season before making the plunge? Then let me tell you why acting now will not only keep your family feeling warm all winter long while lowering your high heating bills, but also save you big bucks with the big end-of-year sale from my good friends at Guida Door and Window. Guida is offering their biggest discount of the year. Get 40% off each window you buy. That's right, 40% off every professionally installed window. You'll also get 40% off any door, including entry doors, patio doors, garage doors, and storm doors. Plus, Guida will let you start your project with no money down and let you pay it off interest-free for up to 12 months. If you need new windows and doors, then you need to go Guida right now so you can take advantage of these huge savings. All prior sales excluded. Offer expires December 31st. So call Guida today to schedule a free in-home estimate at 877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's GoGuida.com.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-830-4914. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-830-4914. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-830-4914. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-830-4914. That's 800-830-4914.
Harvest the rewards of smart banking at First Harvest Credit Union. Open a growth checking account and earn up to 2% annual percentage yield on balances of $1,000 or more, all while enjoying easy, flexible access to your funds. Visit firstharvestcu.com/growth checking or explore our other savings options, including our growth savings accounts. Stop by your nearest branch to get started. First Harvest Credit Union, empowering members to do more for 85 years. Membership restrictions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
Free speech lives here with Rich Zioli weekday afternoons 3 till 7 on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
So a woman who is a real fighter, a woman warrior, and not just any woman, a doctor, Dr. Mary Mass in particular, from our area, But she's been writing these are great pieces in Bucks Independence. You can find it at bucksindependence.com and learn all about the battle to make your healthcare better and more fair. Her latest piece has dropped. Help fight the big PBM middlemen, the profiteering bad guys. So exposing the bad guys and what this means. Good morning, Dr. Mass. How are you? Do we have Dr. Mary Mass? Dr. Mary Mass.
Good morning. Happy Monday, Dawn.
Happy Monday to you. So let's get into it.
Good morning. Can you hear me now?
Yep, we can hear you. Yeah, it's like, can you hear me now? So just a review, because if you haven't been following this series that we've been doing and following Dr. Mary Mass, which I strongly suggest that you do, but what is a PBM, and why are you writing so much about PBMs?
Well, a PBM is a pharmacy benefit manager. These are the middlemen in the pharmaceutical outpatient space. I always explain people, you can explain what a PBM is by first explaining to them what they're not. They do not do any manufacture of medications. They don't do any research. They don't even move the product around the country. These guys are real middlemen that write up a bunch of contracts and have the decision-making down in the pharmaceutical space. So they get to decide what drug is covered on your formulary, how much the pharmacies get paid. And when they're working with the employers, they decide what the markup is on the drug, and you often don't see it because it's not transparent. With all of these maneuvers, they're creating a lot of friction in that space.
Yeah, in your last piece, you outlined this about these PBMs, these so-called middlemen in the political, medical, corporate complex, who you've said have their fingers in the pockets when a patient picks up a prescription at the pharmacy counter. This affects all of us. How much money are you talking about? Because a lot of people say, well, oh no, they're not profiting. They're not allowed to profit. What kind of money are you talking about here?
They're so funny. I shouldn't even say fingers in their pockets. It's like they have siphons in people's pockets. Now these revenues are harder to see since they merged with the insurers, because there's three big PMs that control 80% of all of the pharmaceutical maneuvering in the United States. And each of those big PBMs, each of those big three, they make over $100 billion per year in revenue. And they've had this nice hefty 10 to 15% growth per year. Yeah, that's a lot of economic friction, wouldn't you say? Yeah. And if we want to give kind of a relative example, these PBMs, they're the money makers for the big insurance companies that own them. For instance, when Cigna, the big insurer, bought Express Scripts, which is now I think called Evernorth, when Cigna bought Express Scripts, the revenues tripled in the next quarter. They're the cash cows. They're the rainmakers. They're the money makers. They're the power brokers.
Yeah, and you in fact, in last time around, last Monday, we talked about the fact that they also influence then which items get covered. So I've dealt with this with my son Michael, who's a type 1 diabetic. 1 minute something's covered, then it's not. We talked about the tragic story that led a Wisconsin family to file suit because their son's inhaler was no longer covered. Look, you're getting a lot of bipartisan attention, which is great. And we saw recently in that late October testimony, even Mark Cuban, who testified at the one Senate hearing, has now reposted some of your tweets. So I'm so happy that you're getting some major attention. Did we lose Dr. Mass? Oh no, I'm so sorry.
Oh, am I here again?
We got you again.
Yeah, someone's messing with us. I'm sure of it. Yeah.
It's the Russians.
I don't know. I think it's the PBM. But in any case, no, I've never met Mr. Cuban, and I hope to someday. What I like about Mark is he seems like he interacts with a lot of people on X, and it seems like it's very genuine, like he's doing it himself. So he retweeted an event that's going to happen this Thursday. I'll be joining several lawmakers, James Comer, Jake Auchincloss, a Democrat from Massachusetts. Comer needs no introduction. He's the chair of the Oversight Committee, a very powerful DC man and very well respected. And Jake Auchincloss, and then Diane Harshbarger, a pharmacist who's also a lawmaker. They're releasing their Pharmacists Fight Back bill. This is the bill that I think is the most comprehensive on PBM reform. and it's the one I'm personally backing, but Free to Care is backing, PPA is backing, and these independent pharmacists are backing. And I'm proud to fight with these independent pharmacists. And I think Cuban was a little salty. He retweeted and told everyone, if you're an independent physician and you're not at this event, you're an idiot. Which I'm sorry, I shouldn't be laughing. I don't. Maybe I wouldn't say it in the same way, but I think what he's pointing out. Think about Mark Cuban and Shark Tank and how much he knows about business. I think he watches and he's created a cash-based cost plus drugs where you can get drugs for free. He testified in that Senate hearing. He saw the cash-based Oklahoma Surgery Center. He testified next to Dr. Keith Smith, who created that. And he's probably thinking to himself, wait, where are these independent doctors? They need to start showing up. A lot of them have been showing up, but it's hard for doctors to get organized. I think part of it is because of, they're busy in their practices. Some of them are still like young parents. Some of them are still in training. I don't think he thinks the doctors are idiots, but I'm only guessing. I think that he thinks that he'd like to see a lot of doctors show up. I would too.
So can I ask you, because in his testimony, in his congressional testimony, which is public record, obviously late October, he said what to do. His suggestions: require all cash pays are counted against deductibles, require patient out-of-pocket costs are based exclusively on net pricing, not WAC, separate the formularies from the PBMs. He says get rid of, and he uses a lot of, lingo and jargon, but get rid of GCRs, DIRs, and use administration leverage to require the manufacturers to use net pricing and margins rather than list prices and rebate/fees. Are any of those something that you want to pick up on? And would you agree or disagree with some or all of those points?
Oh, he has phenomenal ideas. So essentially what we're talking about here is, and look, even I get things wrong. There's two kinds of pricing when you're looking at pharmaceutical pricing. There's the original price, and the PBMs say, oh, this is the one that's set by the pharmaceutical company. And then, so there's a net price and a list price. And then the second price is the price that's juiced up by what the PBMs call rebates, and I call kickbacks, because these PBMs who create the formularies are allowed to take money from the pharmaceutical companies. So they take the money, and then the juiced up cost, the cost that includes the money that the PBM makes because of the kickback, that juiced up cost is the cost at which the patient has to pay their copays. And a lot of the copays are a percentage, right? So let's just say that you're, I have a good friend who's got multiple sclerosis, terrible disease, right? A lot of those drugs are very expensive, but they're made even more expensive because of this PBM. So if you have to go do the cost sharing and pay 20% of the cost, and you're doing it based on the juiced up kickback price, then you're paying a bigger cost. And, for the example of insulin, before the manufacturers came along and knocked down the price to say that what patients were paying out of pocket was like $35, 80% of the juiced up cost of insulin was going to the PBMs. So they're making that money, and then the copays get paid to the pharmacy, and the PBMs and the insurer complex own the pharmacy, right? And so then they're getting even more money from the fact that they juiced up the price, and now they're going to shave you off of the top of the percentage that you have to pay, because we're now all paying all these deductibles. They're winning every which way. And they're doing this in the commercial market. They're doing this in Medicaid managed care. They're doing it in Medicare Advantage. They're controlling everything. It's outrageous. It's huge power.
And it sounds like, from what you're describing in this event on Thursday, Dr. Miriam Mass, that there's bipartisan support for this, which is a good thing, that on both sides of the aisle, people, I have to say, it sounds like a lot of lawmakers, a lot of them were ignorant to this, and they've needed people like you, Mark Cuban, some of these congressional hearings to get the word out and become well educated on what's really going on here.
Well, I think someone like Cuban, he's shown, right? He's demonstrated. You can go to Cost Plus Drugs, and there's a cancer drug for patients that have prostate cancer. It costs $1,000 if you're going through your insurer PBM. It costs $20 from Cuban because he just cut out the PBMs. And it's even worse than that, because One of the co-sponsors of the bill, Jake Auchincloss, the Democrat from Massachusetts, in an oversight hearing last year, he revealed that there was a Fortune 500 company. He looked at what their employers were getting charged for their employees. And for this very drug that you can get for $20 for Cuban, it was like $5,800. CVS marked it up. And then, of course, if the patient has cost sharing, there you go, right? Now they're paying more. We should be like, why pay more? But this is a Fortune 500 company. I mean, no wonder Cuban's kind of frustrated. He's like, wait a second. If you're such a good company at saving money and making money, how could you be like spitting out all this money to your drug costs when you don't have to? If I can get it for you for $20, why are you hiring CVS who's charging you $5,800? And there were multiple examples from the same company. I mean, the way I call it is, it's like, these are very unethical companies. Why are we hiring them? Why are we trusting them? And by the way, in Pennsylvania, we hire CVS for our whole state, for all of the employees and the retirees. Huh. We should look under that hood.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's just it. But the first part of this, I think, is to understand where to look. I mean, Mark Cuban has said, in one of his statements was, there's a reason the USA is the highest brand pricing in the world. It's because we are the only country that uses these PBMs. And so I'm thankful that he has listened to people like you, Dr. Mary Mass. You've been saying this a very long time, but he made a statement I want to ask you about whether or not this is true. He says if we only just move to an all net pricing formula, out-of-pocket prices to patients would drop immediately. Is that true? It would be immediate?
Well, if you can't base the out-of-pocket, if you can't base it on the list price, which is the juiced up price, and you base it on the net, then yeah, your out-of-pocket costs would immediately drop. That's 100% true. It also matters, though, and it's part of why I'm going on Thursday. I think almost 200 independent pharmacies across Pennsylvania alone have closed in the last year, right? Now, these independent pharmacists, the PBMs decide how much they get paid. Well, the problem with that is, of course, they own pharmacies. And it's not just CVS, because they own specialty pharmacies and they can steer you towards the specialty pharmacies. What's important about the Pharmacists Fight Back Act is it sets a ceiling. It's not fixing prices. It's setting a market-based price, saying no PBM is allowed to shortcut an independent pharmacist by paying them under a reasonable amount, right? It's a reasonable customary fee kind of thing based on a market price. And then they also set a ceiling, because these independent pharmacists aren't saying we're looking at raking it in like these profiteering PBMs have been doing. They're saying, we need a floor and we need a ceiling to be fair to everyone. I think it's a very good approach. And I think Cuban is right about the list and the net price. Another great thing about Pharmacists Fight Back, it'll prevent the steering so that the PBMs can steer towards their pharmacies. Because what do? They steer towards CVS. And then CVS comes along and offers to buy them out. And the next thing you know, we've lost mom and pop, and we've lost community, and we've lost money in our community.
Now, for you and many others have called out, like the self-insured employers, the states, anybody who contracts with this situation. And for a lot of people, they've said, oh, well, they're clueless. They need to understand the way the system works. Is there any allegation that, especially with states like the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, where they're contracting and signing on to this, is there any allegation that there's a, hey, you grease my wheel, I'll grease yours? In other words, why all of these state systems, for example, and it's across the country, why would they just approve these plans that basically force patients to pay that list price, which is, I mean, we're getting ripped off? Is there an allegation of kind of a pay-to-play situation?
Well, I can only guess as to someone's motive. Lots of it seems to be towards money in our country. In terms of the state, it's sort of on my to-do list somewhere. I'd like to write to know and find out, were there competitive bids in, getting CVS to do all of our state-based healthcare benefits for the state employees and retirees. I'd like to know if there were competitive bids. What were those bids? Is there a broker involved here? I mean, in many companies, there is a broker involved. The broker comes. The it, I guess I've never seen the contracts, but I'm told the brokers themselves who bring big plans to companies get kickbacks. There's something else here that's really important to mention, Dawn, and I know these are wonky details, and I'm sorry about that.
The details matter, though.
Yeah, they do. And if we stop paying attention to our own money, then it becomes a problem. If you take away the Medicare space, 61% of Americans get their insurance, their health insurance, through their employees. Now, the employee doesn't have access to the claims data, not just for the pharmacy stuff, but for pretty much everything. Like if their employee is hospitalized, they don't have the claims data on that they're able to see. And that's not right, because then how can they pick the next plan? So you're kind of like choosing blind. My buddy, Senator Marshall, down in DC, he's a physician and honestly, he listens to physicians. I had multiple meetings with him talking about these things. He put out a transparency plan, and that's one of the big tenets, is that employers are able to access their claims data. How ridiculous that they're not able to do that.
Yes.
So when we talk about states and employers, I kind of feel a little bit sorry for them, because I think they're going blind. I think they're probably doing it by habit. But imagine if every employer in the United States, even the ones that had 100 employees and up, started screaming, yes, we want that data. I think that we would get transparency over the line pretty darn quick. I think it's actually foolish that they're not. And even more so, if they're spending too much on their health insurance for their employees, then guess what? The employee is taking less home on their Christmas bonus and pretty much all year long. Wages are stifled. Terrible, terrible.
And so this Thursday, can I ask, how can everybody be supportive of you? Not everybody can go to DC with you, but we would like to follow you and your progress and what you're seeing and hearing on Thursday in DC. When is that all going down, and how can everybody, we have a big audience here and we want to spread the word to support this. So can you give everybody all that information, Dr. Mass?
Yeah, absolutely. Now, look, this is not a me, this is an us.
Right.
Okay. This is a we the people. I'll be standing next to.
But we're kind of living vicariously through you, if you will. So.
Okay. I'll tell you the funny stuff too. Okay. So I am actually taking a very good friend. She's a photojournalist, and she's recording for me, and I'm really happy. And by the way, she's introduced me to a young photographer, and if anyone needs a photographer, get in touch with me. He's coming along.
Great.
We're going to have a jolly ride down to DC on Wednesday. And then on Thursday at 11, we'll be convening with these independent pharmacists, some patients, and the lawmakers that are introducing this Pharmacist Fight Back Act. Will be on the lawn of the Capitol, the U.S. Capitol. Can you believe I get to say this stuff? I mean, I'm a recovering soccer mom. I'm just like, my kids are like, yeah, Mom, that's great. Did you take care of like the Christmas stockings? Is the train by the tree? You know, like it's just Mom, right? You know. Anyway, so I think the event will be recorded, and I think there's going to be a lot more. I'll also add that I'm about to tweet out again. A friend of mine, Dr. Donna Coriel, she does something called Doctors on Social Media. I told her about this. She got to writing right away, and she wrote this beautiful piece explaining what's going on. And, that's out there for the physician community. I think there's going to be a lot about this. The pharmacists, they're putting stuff out. We're going to be with patients. I believe Bill Schmitnick will be there, the man who lost his 22-year-old son, Cole. Yeah. There's other patients that are coming. I think almost every state in the nation is sending a pharmacist. I'm truly honored to be the physician that they picked to come join them. And I think that our pharmacists are important medical professionals that help us, that help our patients. The independent ones, I really trust them because they're not part of this big integrated network, the beast, we would call it, right?
Yes.
And I'm delighted to stand next to them. So live vicariously. Come on, you guys, you're all with me.
Yes. Yeah.
It's we the people, baby.
It is. And this is big. This is huge. The Pharmacist Fight Back Act will be officially announced at this DC news conference. There's an invitation, obviously, but our own Dr. Miriam Mass locally traveling there with the film crew and so on. So we're excited for you. We support you. And this is a bill that's important to all of us. I mean, of all the news that I cover, honestly, Dr. Mass, this pretty much affects every single American, not just here in Pennsylvania, but anyone watching on YouTube, listening to us. This affects everybody. And, there's that saying that if you don't have your health, you have nothing at all. It has nothing to do with wealth or gifts, right? If you have your health, you have nothing. And this really would improve the health of every American.
It would be a great gift in the Christmas stocking of we the people to have the lawmakers of this nation stand for we the people and not they the corporations.
Well, we'll leave it there until next time, my friend. We'll be following you Wednesday night into Thursday morning. Dr. Miriam Mass, you're the best.
Oh, you too, Dawn.
Safe
Thank
travels.
you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Of course.
Dr. Miriam Mass, as she heads, it's like Mr. Smith goes to Washington, Mrs. Mass. Dr. Mass goes to Washington, right? Fighting for us.
You didn't ask her the questions, though.
What?
You didn't ask her the questions.
What?
Do you mind if I bring her back for some medical advice real quick? Doc Mass, are you still there?
Oh, I'm still here.
Okay, just question. So we were wondering, with foot size, is foot size something that continues to grow throughout your life? Because Dawn has a son named David who she thinks his feet are continuing to grow through his 20s. Where do you say?
He's a teenager still.
Your growth plates will fuse at some point. Usually for young men, it's a little later than young women. So for young men, they fuse. Some kids, it's like 17, 18, occasionally 19. But
follow-up question then.
Close.
So is it an old wives' tale then, the nose and the ears? Do your nose and the ears continue to grow throughout your entire life?
Your entire life? Yeah. That's crazy talk.
No?
My ears would be like the whole size of my head if that were true.
Yeah, but you've seen the old men that have the giant bulbous noses and such. You know?
I've heard that your ears, your cartilage or something. I don't know.
Are we still on?
We're still on air. Yeah.
Blame Dan.
You're not asking the next thing about the foot size, okay? Just don't even go there.
I'll leave that one aside for today. Thank you, Dr.
Mass was listening to the joke by the vice president, Dr. Mary Mass. Well, we love you.
Thanks, Doctor.
Thank you, Doctor. Yeah, see, we're keeping it above board here, Dan.
I love it.
I know he wanted to get Vice President J.D. Vance. The insinuation was, that little Marco Rubio had they were all impressed that he had the
11 and a half,
11 and a half size shoe, and then somebody who they're not naming, they're shaming, had a size 7.
We got to guess. You don't want to guess?
Who could that be? A size 7? That's a
small
man.
He's hanging out with the VP.
Yeah.
Marco. Feel like a good friend of theirs. All three of them might be Mr. Ron DeSantis, Mr. Mustard himself.
No way.
Yeah.
No.
That guy has tiny feet, man. Well,
I
man.
think it was DeSantis. Yeah. There's no way DeSantis has a size 7.
I don't know.
Man's
he
shoe.
wears a list too, Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
All right. Who's your candidate for what? I thought it was somebody in the administration. Who could it be? What man in the Trump administration or a prominent GOP member has a size 7? Size 7 is pretty small.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just saying. That's like a lady's size 6. It's pretty small foot.
Everyone that has a size 7 as a man in our audience right now is just like...
I know. Is like hating on me.
It's an 8.5 in women.
And it's an 8.5.
Yeah.
Okay. And they're like, hey, but I've got big hands.
We should ask Frank and Ian what size shoe they are.
Yeah, Surge Philly just ahead. But we'll talk about all of it. We got to talk about my guys from Marvin E. Cans. They're coming out. They were out last week. I needed a little part on my, because right now, by the way, 29 degrees as the temperature falls, Arctic blast today. So if you have not called my guys to get your tune up because you don't want things to your HVAC or whatever to fail in this Arctic blast, I'm just saying, I love my guys, Marvin E. Cans, heating and air conditioning. They installed that all-in-one Mitsubishi electric heating and air conditioning mini split installed in our lower level, and it is a game changer. I will tell you, it's a ductless unit from Mitsubishi Electric Heating and Air Conditioning. What a wonderful solution that Jonathan Cans actually came up with this. We are loving it. And in this kind of weather, where it used to be in this kind of Arctic blast, it was freezing in there. It felt like the Arctic blast in our lower level. Not anymore. This is a honey of a system. It really is. So it's terrific for those places where you do have a ductless area. and it keeps us nice and toasty as winter is here. Marvin E. Cans, my guys, Marvin E. Cans, KANZE.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Hey, this is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Listen, I know sometimes you worry about coming to see me because you don't want to invest in real estate, because you don't want to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants. I'm going to teach you a way that you don't have to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants, or even own any real estate and invest in real estate at the same time. You want to learn this, so go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com, and take a complimentary class this Thursday, and I promise you, no toilets, no trash, no tenants.
It's Happy Honda Days at Scott Honda of Westchester and Vineland, where the savings are as bright as the season. Right now, lease the all-new 2026 Honda HR-V Sport all-wheel drive for just $279 a month, the 2026 Honda Civic Sedan Hybrid Sport Touring for $309 a month, or the 2026 Honda CR-V LX all-wheel drive for $329 a month. Drive into the holidays in style, only at Scott Honda. It's always smooth sailing at Scott. Visit ScottAutoGroup.com.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install a Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
To get this special radio offer, go to leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today and get up to 30% off. That's leaffilter.com/deal for up to 30% off. leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
Now, you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Imagine actually feeling merry, bright, and genuinely healthy this holiday season. With Rescue, that feeling starts now. Going on today, the Deck the Hall sale lets you save up to 78% off on high-quality, research-backed natural supplements so you can feel your best, enjoy every festive moment. Formulas are crafted with purity, potency, and real science behind every capsule. That's why customers rely on Rescue for their essentials. Powerful omega-3s, doctor-recommended cholesterol support, gentle but effective pain relief, advanced probiotic blends, and natural age-defying formulas that help you stay vibrant from the inside out. This season, give yourself the gift of feeling good. Stock up, save big, and step into the holidays with the confidence that comes from supplements made with integrity and backed by decades of results. Ordering is easy. Just go to res-q.com or call a Rescue product consultant 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483, online at res-q.com for up to 78% off this holiday season.
I'm Jalen Hurst here for Window Nation. When I'm on the field, I'm always looking for a window of opportunity. If you're looking for a window of opportunity to replace windows in your home, now's the time.
This December, Window Nation puts an end to your window problems. You'll save big, too, with 50% off all window styles. Plus, you can get 0 interest for 5 years. Hurry, this sale ends soon, so schedule your free estimate right now at windownation.com. Tell them you heard it on 1210 WPHT.
Visit windownation.com.
Gold is now around $4,000 an ounce. If you've got gold or silver just laying around, Estates Roadshow wants it. They're paying top dollar all week, Monday through Friday at TMT Casper Gold in Cherry Hill. Go to tmtcaspergold.com.
It's here. B101 is transformed into Philly's official Christmas station. Relax and unwind with your holiday favorites 24 hours a day, all the way through Christmas. Tell your smart speaker to play B101.
There's no need to wait. The time is always right at Colonial Hyundai. John Ashdale, the car czar from Colonial Hyundai, has over 200 vehicles in stock, including new Palisades, Konas, and Tucsons, each coming with America's best warranty, a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain and Hyundai Assurance. We understand that everyone's needs, budgets, and challenges are different, but here at Colonial Hyundai, we take the stress out of buying a new car. Big trade incentives are the best financing in the business, no matter your credit, with rates as low as 0%. Plus, we streamline the buying process so you can be in and out of our dealership in no time, without any unnecessary hassle or waiting. So why wait? Shop us online 24/7 at colonialhyundai.com or visit us on Lincoln Highway in Downingtown. Colonial Hyundai, the fast, easy, better way to buy a Hyundai. 0% financing applies to select 2024 new Hyundai models. $6,500 for your trade, not available on EVs. Offers cannot be combined. See dealer for full details.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime.
Our entry-level data plans start at just $20 a month. And for a limited time, switch and get your second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you and get your second month free today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional details.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband Ryan died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stensland Show on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
So within the last hour, we do have breaking news, and actually within the last 22 minutes, confirmation and an update on the information of a tsunami warning issued for parts of Japan's northeastern coast after this magnitude 7.6 earthquake struck just off their coastline. So initially they said it was 7.2, then they upgraded that to 7.6 as the earthquake, and now they are bracing for this huge, potential tsunami. And usually when we look immediately, because our concern is, does that affect other parts of the world, like, Hawaii, etc.? Dan, do you see that so far? I don't see Hawaii.
Hawaii is not under threat, according to local stations out there in Hawaii. So it looks like they'll be clear. It's KITV, no tsunami threat to Hawaii after the Japan earthquake, officials say.
7.6. It's always weird to me when, for example, we were talking about Japan in the historic news because, of course, December 7th, the Pearl Harbor attack by Japan, 1941. So it was Pearl Harbor Day yesterday, and obviously today talking about, and we played that earlier at the top of the 10 as we brought in, as we talked about historical transformational news in our nation's history, as of course the Pearl Harbor attack, devastating surprise attack by Japan at the time, and then it brought us as the USA into World War II. And now, in the next hour, we find ourselves talking about this powerful quake striking off Japan. And I look at, I'm just seeing the latest reports. They are saying injuries at a hotel, but these are initial reports. So, we'll watch for that for sure, as they're looking for a tsunami now, potentially. Wow, it's crazy. And I don't know if we have video of sometimes they'll have like their news or whatever, but I don't see that. Obviously, they're saying that at least 125 million people are being impacted by this, and so we'll watch for the latest as far as what's going on there. Closer to home, weather, of course, in the headlines here, but for a very different reason. We don't have any tsunamis. It'd be it'd be an Arctic blast tsunami, if anything. But with the weather alerts, because there are all kinds of weather alerts going on right now with this Arctic blast. So the high today, we already reached it earlier this morning. For us here in the city, 28 degrees with frigid temperatures. By the way, with the wind chill factor, as we say, it feels, if you're walking outdoors, it feels like it's 21 degrees.
No, thank you.
So that's the wind chill. and not getting much better as we go throughout the day, dropping into the teens because we do have a lovely light breeze of about 10 miles an hour. So that means this evening across our region will be in the single digits. That's what it'll feel like with this Arctic blast. So a very cold weather week for us here in Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Delaware, with temperatures and Arctic weather that feels more like January weather rather than early-ish December. I even noticed with Frank and Ian, our Surge Philly guys who come in on Mondays, I noticed that Frank will sometimes wear shorts up until fairly recently. He's got the warm sweats on. So I don't know if you're listening to Ian, Frank, or what, but I noticed you're dressed for the weather. Finally.
Yes. I, recently started wearing long pants, but years and years, it's been years I've been wearing shorts in the winter, and I'm getting older now. So
older. Yeah.
Thank you for having us on. We appreciate you guys.
Is that like an actual life revelation? Like I recently started wearing long pants?
It is. Because
I could vouch for that. Yeah. Yeah. This guy's always in shorts. I don't know what it is.
Guys.
It's he's built different. Some could say.
So, and we love you guys for sure. We've followed we do. Frank Scales, Ian McGinnis, like they're BFFs, if I can say that, from high school, like, right? Catholic
further back.
School, from back in the day, and graduated college fairly recent. Can I say fairly recently within the past, year, 2, 3?
We're actually still in college. We still take courses. I know some may think that we're graduates.
Okay, I thought you were. I apologize.
No, it's okay. Yeah, we're actually. I'm a junior. Frank, I think, is a senior now. But yeah, we're on our way out. So
Ian McGinnis. So you're a junior, and Frank.
That's amazing.
That's amazing.
Yeah. First off, you guys are
yeah. So some say that they may think that we're graduates and stuff like that. We get that a lot. So
okay, so because you're tall, I'll say that as like my sons are, because like David he's still a teenager. He's just turned 19, but he's like 6'3". So when you're tall, you know what I mean. People think like,
is that what it is, or is it just because they're not idiots? Because a lot of
said
their
by the tallest guy in the room.
Dan
Borowski, our great executive.
Yeah, but no, to that point, Dave is a very smart guy, so is Michael, but a lot of this generation has been rotted their brain out by social media. So when I hear these guys are still in college and they're as well put together as they are, making the great points that they are, it's surprising to hear. So.
Yeah, a lot of it is self-education. We have to educate ourselves outside of school, whether it's through reading, writing, staying informed with the news cycle. But like a lot of the college classes aren't what they should be. I've even seen college classes where in history classes and liberal arts classes, they're teaching AI readiness, not actual history. And it's alarming.
That was my history class, by the way. So they were teaching my history class AI readiness. I don't understand how history and AI go hand in hand, but then again, Community College of Philadelphia, everyone.
So I got to ask, I don't mean to take this down a separate path here, Dawn, but I'm fascinated by this. So it seems like there's almost an embrace of artificial intelligence on college campuses.
Yeah.
So when you have assisting AI kind of courses, are you being told to write papers with the assistance of artificial intelligence now? Have we come full circle where it's not being...
Dan, I honestly don't know, because we were given a sheet of paper in the beginning of the class, for orientation, and it was a checklist of things to do and not to do while using AI, and nowhere on the sheet of paper did it say you're forbidden to use AI from writing a paper.
So there's that.
It's I guess they're trying to teach best use of AI, which, some could say is a good thing, but...
That's what my son's high school did, because they knew it was a losing cause, because even though the teachers nowadays,
the teachers are using it now.
They're using it, but they have an app that can detect if you used it. But trust me, I know this. The students already can get around that. There are like 5 ways to get around it.
And I remember I seen something on social media, scrolling on Instagram, where somebody put the Declaration of Independence through one of these AI detectors, and it came back registered as 100% AI
So
written.
not even accurate.
So,
Wow.
a lot of these technologies, including the AI themselves, are not accurate by any means.
I just can't believe there's an embrace of it.
There is
exactly.
Well, if they do it well, I will say in David's high school, not Mike. So the difference, because Michael went to LaSalle College High School, more strict,
Great
but
school.
like if they busted you, they were all over it and knew they were all over the AI stuff, and so you were never allowed to use it. But with GA, with Germantown Academy, where David went, their concept was you can use it, but we want you to tell us where and when and how you used it.
Who drinks?
So that we can have the discussion about how it misled you, how you then had to fact check them, and when it was, because they want them to identify it, because it's more important to identify the AI because it creates fake news.
Okay.
Indeed, yeah.
So that was their philosophy, which is also smart, just a totally different philosophy. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I had an awesome teacher named Dr. Spear. I don't know if he's out there listening, but if he is, he's one of the best teachers I've ever had at community college. And he was a philosophy teacher, and he actually ran us through an entire class of essentially giving us different papers, different essays, and making us decide if a AI wrote it, if it was, an actual human. And then he explained what AI was. But in other classes, you have this experience where kids aren't actually being taught universal truth. They aren't being taught how to critically think, and they're kind of just being ran through a checklist of things to do to get a grade. And I think, education is important. Learning how to think is very important. But in a lot of cases, the school system has turned its back on critical thinking and turned its back on what it can do best, which is teaching people how to think for themselves, not necessarily how to use the latest tool, because the tools are always going to change. We're always going to have a new AI. We're always going to have this, that, and the third. But the universal truths and critical thinking, that doesn't change. And we're always going to have to apply them things. So I was fortunate to have a few good teachers, and then I had a few bad teachers. But I think if we could go in that direction in the school system, our youth and our country is going to go in the right direction. But I'm disappointed to see it not happening.
Yeah. If you're watching us on YouTube, does Frank look a little bit, I hope you don't mind that I say this, but do you get this? You kind of look like you could be Charlie Kirk's little brother. Do you get that at all?
I haven't gotten that one, but people have mentioned Charlie Kirk. Again, he's a legend. Somebody I look up to for sure.
And you both look up to him, right? You both, Ian and Frank, you're going to Phoenix, Arizona for AmFest?
Yes.
Is that right?
Yep. We will be in Phoenix, Arizona from December 18th to the 22nd, covering AmFest, which is Charlie Kirk and Turning Point's big event for the year. We'll have Donald Trump Jr. there. Erica Kirk will be there speaking, Steve Bannon, the like. So it's going to be interesting, and we'll have clips out from that for sure. And maybe we'll even call in here live.
Yeah, if you can. I mean, whether it's whatever time works out, so whether it's, as you know, we're on air all day. So whether it's Kale and Company or the Dawn Show here, I'm like the good stuff in the Oreo cookie. I'm smushed in the middle, right? We are, Dan. And then we go to Dom Giordano, then Rich Zioli. So we would love for you to, on one of our shows, if you could, I know it's going to be busy and you'll be broadcasting live and everything, but we would love to hear from you, especially on the 18th and 19th, which are, what's this Thursday? Wait, is it? So the 18th is a Thursday, right? So you'll be there Thursday, Friday, then over through the weekend.
Yeah.
So especially that first Thursday and Friday, just to give us a sense.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. Anytime we'll be there, we'll be there from gate open to gate close. So
oh wow,
whatever shows airing at that point, we'll definitely call in, because we got to get the message out there, because we know about AmFest, but there could be counter protests there as well, we're hearing. So we definitely need to make sure that that's being covered, make sure things stay safe, stay peaceful, and everything's documented for the history books.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be incredible, because obviously it's the first one without Charlie. So it's going to be emotional, but it's also...
And near Christmas, too.
And right near Christmas. And it also is important to carry the torch and carry on.
Absolutely.
So I hate to say it, but I did see that Candace, the whole Candace Owens thing makes me sad.
Yeah.
that
Indeed.
I guess she's just backed out with this is just within the past day or two. I guess it's official and they were close friends. I mean, they got their start together.
Mm-hmm.
And then I saw she's just been, I don't know, a little nutty. I don't, I'm not on the inside there, but it makes me sad.
Yeah, I don't know too much about Candace's, beef with the situation, but I do know that infighting within, our side is bad.
Mm-hmm.
And
no, guys, she said she even went out there publicly and said she feels that there are insiders who are somehow even his widow. There's some weird inside thing.
Yeah, she's given
horrible.
She's given,
Did you guys see the most recent? She went this past week, a couple past days, she went and examined everyone that was wearing a maroon shirt and said that they were tied to Charlie Kirk's assassin.
See, that's the stuff that, gets you called
and
a
she actually doxed
conspiracy
a couple of
theorist.
people, yeah.
So I tried to watch one of her podcasts, and right away it seemed like there were things not lining up and claims that she had evidence, and I wasn't seeing the evidence, and I kind of just turned it off because my patience are thin when people start making arguments that don't exactly line up or meet a certain standard.
Yeah.
But it's unfortunate. That whole situation is unfortunate.
Yeah. Here's the thing. Whatever's going on with her, they
happen to be wearing a maroon shirt.
Oh, geez.
Have you guys noted this? Everybody that day, I know, look, everybody is liberal and guys wear pink and, Abercrombie's a thing. But I've never in my life looked at, every guy seems to be wearing maroon.
What the heck?
Yeah, and that again, I think is hand in hand with this, digitization of our society, the chronically online to speak.
The brain rot.
A lot of these creators they have to, appeal to a big audience, and unfortunately the masses have become, as Dan said, brain rotted. And
when you look at this year too, this is kind of like an off year in politics somewhat. Some would say that, and a lot of these influencers are looking for clicks. They're looking to continue getting that ad money, so they start saying increasingly crazy things, and then you pair that with the chronically online crowd. A lot of people get their news solely from maybe one influencer, or
I'll just say, I know you guys, I know I'm an enabler, but I'm just gonna interrupt you to say this. She just had what, 3 little boys, boom, 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 right in a row. She just had a baby, right? Didn't she just have a baby?
I think so. Yeah.
And
I think,
some women have, some women do have postpartum or something. I'm thinking this is a mental health thing. Didn't she just have is there a third or fourth? No, 4th baby. She just had 4 kids relatively close together. Some women do have some mental health stuff.
You really think she's being genuine?
I don't know.
You don't think she's doing that?
But postpartum stuff is real.
Yeah, you're right.
I
know. Yeah.
I'm grateful I didn't have that, but I know women who have, and they were not themselves. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's unfortunate. And, I hope, if she is having those mental health, concerns, I hope she, gets the help she needs and, makes a recovery. But as it stands right now, like Dan said, I just can't see her being genuine. I don't know if this is some sort of grift she's put on, but when you say these crazy things,
far cray things,
and with the weight of the accusations that she's putting out there, it's not a good look for us as conservatives as a whole, and it's not a good look for her. So I hope she figures out whatever she has going on.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's a hard thing if you have somebody who's a very public person and just had the 4th baby, but then on top of it lost a dear friend. Grief will do.
She seems like she believes what she's saying.
She does.
She really seems like she's passionate in a weird way. But then she's being very deceptive too, because one of the things when she was talking about how the French wanted to assassinate her, she said the White House has received receipt of my complaint. This is she phrased it in a way to where they were kind of certifying what she was saying and kind of agreeing with her and using that to back up her claim. But really, if you submit a complaint to the White House, they are going to give you a receipt of the complaint you submitted. That's not unusual, and that would happen regardless of what the complaint was. So that was deceptive. And there's no telling me that she didn't know that that was deceptive.
Okay.
But then on the other hand, she does seem like she's very, very passionate and seems like she believes what she's saying. So maybe it's a mixture of both. Maybe she has mental health issues and she's also, justifying what she's saying in any way she can. Time's going to tell because something's,
I will just full disclosure, among my girlfriends, I'm not naming names. We have one girlfriend in our group who says, look at how Erica Kirk, and she's smiling too soon, and Candace is right. The problem is some people believe this stuff, and we're like, no, this is not true. And
people want to
everybody
believe.
grieves
It's confirmation
differently.
bias.
Yeah, it's exactly.
They want to
as Dan
believe it,
said.
and they seek it out.
It's looking for meaning in the meaningless. Sometimes,
a mourning woman hugs the vice president of the country, and now we're having an affair. Like that's what the conversation is on social media.
Yeah.
Usha's upset because Erica's too close to Jay. The woman just lost her damn husband.
Right.
And that's part
Usha's
of that.
not upset.
That's part of that emerging social media culture, that digitization of society. Like I said, a lot of these outlets and these pundits are going to push crazy narratives in order to farm clicks, to farm views, and ultimately bring in as much ad revenue as possible.
Yeah,
and
that's true.
And we're going to see that right now, too, because, the news cycle, there's a lot going on, but it's not an election year. It was an election year, but not a big one.
Mm-hmm.
So that type of stuff is going to happen. But it's really a problem when you have so many people who are, buying into it, and they're online a lot. And it creates a politically radicalized group on both sides of the political spectrum. And we see that with the left. And I don't want that to happen with the right, because it's not how we win elections. It's not how we save the country.
Well said. Two things. Number one, you're hearing our ongoing conversation. It's Monday, so it's Frank and Ian as kind of the voice of the future, if you will. Hope you follow them, Surge Philly, and they're all over social media. The other thing I'll say, just referencing Usha Vance, our vice president's wife, obviously. I hate saying second lady because we love her, and I have no doubt someday she'll be a FLOTUS. But as far as that goes, they were friends long ago. They were friends before J.D. Vance became vice president. So a lot of people don't realize that with Charlie Kirk. I mean, so Charlie and Erica Kirk were friends with Usha and J.D. before J.D. was even chosen to be the Veep.
Yeah.
So they go way back.
Yeah, and I remember, countless times Vice President Vance has said, I owe this, my nomination to be VP to Charlie Kirk. There would be no Vice President Vance if there was no Charlie Kirk. He said this multiple times, and, it's well known that Charlie Kirk approached J.D. Vance when he was still a senator in Ohio, and they worked together.
Yeah.
And, it's just sad to see how the tailspin the internet has fell into over this situation. And I wish that our movement and our side, we just stay with our eyes on the future.
That's true.
And we just got to figure out how can we move forward and carry on Charlie's memory in the best way.
Beautifully said. Listen, I love the conversation, and that's just it. Surge Philly, Frank and Ian, they're all about having the conversation and really following in the footsteps of the late great American icon Charlie Kirk, as we still grieve his loss, his assassination. And it's so cool they're going to AmFest. Please follow them on social media. Thank you so much, Frank and Ian, as always.
Thank you, Dawn.
Thank you, Dawn.
Thank you. We got to talk about really, when you look behind me and you see the wind beneath my wings, Piazza Auto Group. And right here, I'm broadcasting live from Odyssey World Headquarters in the Piazza Auto Group, Piazza Premium Automobiles studio. Thanks to our friends at Piazza. All year round, they are supporting our local nonprofits, our local charities, our local communities. And this is something that they've done since for half a century, right? Because this is a family-owned and operated, began with one dealership, family-owned and operated company. But during the holiday season, there's no difference. Piazza Auto Group and Piazza Premium Automobiles really partnering with the Salvation Army to collect new toys for local children. This year is no different. That's why we were out at Piazza Honda Springfield in Delaware County. Show your support. You can still do this through this Friday, the 12th. Just drop off an unwrapped toy in the collection bin at your local Piazza dealership, and that's through this Friday. And during your visit, say hi to the team. You can get more information about the toy drive, piazzaautogroup.com, or to browse their extensive inventory online, piazzaautogroup.com, Piazza, piazzaautogroup.com. Thank you so much to all of you who stopped by. It was so much fun last week, dressing up in my little elf costume, and Greg was the Grinch. He was dressed up. Nick Cale was dressed up as Santa. We had a blast, but it was all for a good cause. And I mean, you guys they ran out of collection bins because that's how many toys, and they were high quality toys too. So, but any unwrapped toy is so appreciated. More than 40 Piazza dealerships across our region, and that's Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Delaware. Please continue to do this. If you already did, thank you so much. PiazzaAutogroup.com. Tell Dawn sent you.
An Arctic air mass will continue to filter into the Delaware Valley today. It'll be mostly cloudy and breezy with a high temperature well below average at 34. Very cold tonight, partly to mostly cloudy, low 18 for the city, colder in the suburbs. And for Tuesday, continued cold, partly sunny with a high 34.
When it comes to affordable term life insurance, everyone's whistling the Big Lou tune. If you're over 50, maybe a bit porky, or have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost about $200 a month. Even if you're not in perfect health, call Big Lou, because he specializes in finding big chunks of affordable term life insurance for just about everyone. Don't let diabetes or other health glitches keep you from owning $500,000 to $1 million or more of term life insurance. For affordable term life insurance, call Big Lou. Don't hesitate. Call 800-700-6898, 800-700-6898, or visit biglou.com.
Call Big Lou, don't hesitate. 800-700-6898. Call Big Lou, don't hesitate. 800-700-6898. Visit biglou.com.
The price of gold has risen to $4,000 per ounce. There's never been a better time to sell your unwanted gold jewelry. Get immediate cash at our 5 days only buying event, December 15th through the 19th at the Holiday Inn on Penrose Avenue in South Philadelphia. Bring in your unwanted, broken, or forgotten gold jewelry, silver, coins, diamonds, and watches. You'll receive a free evaluation and get paid cash on the spot. No pressure, no obligation. Top dollar offers are being made all week long. If it's gold, bring it. Gold chains, rings, earrings, bracelets, charms, estate pieces, even single earrings and broken jewelry. There has never been a better time to sell your gold jewelry than this event. It's 5 days only, December 15th through the 19th from 10 to 5 at the Holiday Inn on Penrose Avenue in South Philadelphia. Don't wait. Clean out those jewelry boxes and turn your valuables into instant cash. Again, turn your old jewelry into instant cash. December 15th through the 19th at the Holiday Inn on Penrose Avenue in South Philadelphia. Sponsored by ImmediateCashForGold.com.
If you're one of the millions of Americans behind on your taxes, if you're afraid to open your mail because IRS collection letters could be coming, listen carefully. The IRS is cracking down, taking paychecks, freezing bank accounts, revoking passports. That's a fact. But here's what most people don't know. There are official tax relief programs designed to help struggling taxpayers. Programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief. Optima's award-winning team will fight to protect your paycheck, your passport, and your property. Their tax attorneys and licensed tax professionals will work tirelessly to get you the best deal possible with the IRS. Every day, penalties and interest keep piling up, so don't wait. Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
250 years ago, a promise was made to connect families and friends, near and far. And during the holidays, that promise is more important than ever. That's why USPS is building a better network to meet your needs, with timely deliveries, easy and affordable ways to ship, and everything you need to make your season full of holiday cheer. Our purpose is delivering your peace of mind. knowing your love will arrive, bringing joy to all. The United States Postal Service. Learn more at USPS.com/holidays.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
To get this special radio offer, go to leaffilter.com/radio for your free gutter inspection today and get up to 30% off. That's leaffilter.com/radio for up to 30% off. leaffilter.com/radio. See representative for warranty details.
Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. TNC Supply.
Hi, this is Larry Steinhaus, and I want to let you know that I buy houses. I buy houses from people that may be a tired landlord, maybe somebody who's having trouble selling their house, or maybe someone who needs to sell their house quickly. Well, all you need to do is call 855-939-1137. That's 855-939-1137, and I promise to answer the phone and help you with your situation. That's right, your house may be cluttered. It may be a house that a relative left you, or it may just be a house you just want to get rid of. 855-939-1137.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet? Do it today at 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
Shark. Is that the Shark Tank theme?
Now into the
Dan
bag.
is so quick.
Don Sanslin pitches for a radio show. Well, how will she fare with the 5 sharks?
I would be so intimidated just going in front of that business crew, including Mark Cuban. I do love that show. It's kind of like QVC locally is the only thing I can relate to because for a little time period I tried out for QVC.
Oh, were you on QVC?
Was I on there? I think I was on there briefly, but I tried out for a main host gig, which exists somewhere. And because for a while, I worked for Dream Baby.
There's video of
so I did
tryout?
the Baby Gates. Oh yeah, there's video of the tryouts. I have no idea. You know, don't start looking. Don't start looking for.
Oh yes, there is.
Oh my god,
that's weird.
This is like I forget which.
I'm loading into the hopper. Give me one
I
second.
love QVC, but QVC is like the American dream because there are inventors who can go on there and say, I invented this hair product or a Baby Gate, which is one of the women that I worked for, this great lady from Australia and her husband, Caroline, she's like a doll. And they invented all these baby products.
And you did a fantastic. We showed that before, and you show the gate with a
the Baby Gate, Dream Baby,
your posture, like Vanna White, you know,
showing all that good stuff.
Yeah,
QVC, it's tougher than you think.
Mm-hmm.
Because basically those, and they're all so nice, the men and women of QVC. I love QVC. I don't know if you ever watched them. But let me just say, it's to those of you who
I love how
make,
famous you are. That I could just Google QVC Dawn Stensland and it comes up. Just
to those of you who laugh,
very nice working with you.
Try to talk about anything. Try to talk about a shirt or a beauty product.
You ready for it?
And try to talk about a beauty product for for 20 minutes on end. It's not easy.
All right, I'm not going to do it unless you give me permission.
No, go ahead.
You sure?
Go ahead. Hi, and welcome to my home. Dawn Stensland Menti here. Before we get started, thank you so much for the opportunity and a chance for QVC. For those of us who live in Philadelphia, know QVC and your reputation, well, this is a real opportunity, so thank you. So you wanted a little bit about me. My husband and I have lived here in Philadelphia in our same Chestnut Hill home for 16 years. So this is what you had to do. You had to do some videos for them, to say this is about me info. Kids and the two little ones, Michael and David, are 9 and 7. So Michael and David were 9 and 7.
Oh, wow.
Putting myself through J school by waitressing.
All
right, 40 hours a week. And
no, I want to hear about that. Did you really? No, I didn't know that.
Yes.
That's pretty badass.
Yes.
Wow.
Yep. Did. So that was one of my.
Can I get a little history? Where?
That was 10. This was right before I joined on the Zioli Show in afternoons. So this was 10 years ago and by the way, they had people trying out for a main host job from it was 10,000 people or more, I think. And I made it to the final 3.
Wow.
So I was a finalist to the final 3, which is a great honor. Steel by Design, and you're going to love this. This is a necklace. It is 44 inches when I take it apart. You can wear it long. Watch this.
Whoa.
You can take it over your head. So this is
you are really good at this.
See? I would have been. But they give you a product, and then they send you a product and say, sell this, talk about it. Which is, I have the gift of gab.
Yeah.
But it's not easy. I mean, it's easy to talk about President Trump in news.
What's the name of the baby gate again? The name of the baby gate?
Dream Baby.
Dream Baby?
Dream Baby.
I'm going to try to find it. I know that exists
but,
online.
Yeah, Dream Baby. By the way, it's a tough business because everything in America gets recalled. Think about all the recalls. One person complains, boom, you're recalled, and you have to recreate. And so, I know. Dan's
I had it a couple months ago, and I've lost it. You're lucky.
But in this case, where are we going? Oh, we were talking about Shark Tank.
Yeah, Shark Tank, and yeah.
So he's showing my stupid little video, but
Mr. Wonderful being shunned out of the CNN studios.
Yes. So we talked about Mark Cuban and Mr. Wonderful's, is on Shark Tank. So he's come on, he's a businessman. He's I don't know if he's a billionaire, but he's a multi-millionaire, self-made businessman. He pretty much knows about the economy, right? I would think, right? Knows about business.
You would think, yeah.
And these low energy pundits who've never done anything, quite frankly. I mean, they started a business? Have they run a business? Have they employed a ton of people like he has? I doubt it. Okay, let's play the clip. This is Mr. Wonderful.
To save money, because they need to save money right now.
But collectively,
and I think that's going to be the story of it.
But for Black Friday, when
CNN.
you looked at the actual number of goods that were sold, there were less goods sold, but more money made because things are more expensive. That's actually what happened on Black Friday.
Data, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Cyber Monday, 208 million people bought online because the algorithms on all the platforms were the best ever. $1 extra billion of revenue. I know that because my companies were part of that success.
Revenue
His
does
company's
not mean
plural.
More.
Money saved, though.
And also, you
Look at
can
her.
cherry
For the
pick
people.
one economic stat, but the
Cherry
fact is, inflation has gone up since Trump took office. Unemployment has
This
gone
guy.
up since Trump took office. A lot of the macroeconomic indicators that people rely on aren't doing too well.
Oh,
so
my
yeah, you can
God.
cherry pick small things like
Look at his
this
face.
has gone down, but when you walk to the grocery store,
Okay,
beef is
cherry
high.
pick this. We're 40 points off an all-time high in history on the S&P 500.
We do
the
this
number one economy on earth. Are you kidding?
It's growing at a slower rate than it did under Biden.
We're
though.
number one on earth, and we're
But
4 points off the
who's
high.
benefiting in that number one? I think it's
You are. Everybody that's retired is. Anybody
Trump
that
has
has any
crashed the market
savings
like
anywhere.
4 times.
All right.
I mean, how can you bash number one in the world?
How can you?
Guys,
How can
next
you?
For us, Nightcap.
And then she says, "Thanks, guys." Cuts him off. This is, Mr. Wonderful, nickname for Kevin O'Leary, businessman, investor, and I forgot he has multiple companies, right, Dan? So multiple companies.
Huge, yeah.
Hundreds, if not thousands of people work for the man. And so he's got skin in the game, right? And here he's sitting next to this guy who's I don't know, I'm sure he was at the top of his whatever class, but he's 25 and has nehad owned or run anything, and mommy and daddy put him through.
Looks like he just sucked on a lemon.
Right. But his mommy and daddy put him through school, and did he even put himself through school? No, he didn't. So this is somebody who's recognized for his entrepreneurship and business acumen.
Yeah.
And that's what they do to him, and it's Abby Phillip.
I gotta, throw shots both ways,
Yes.
though, if we're gonna make fun of this guy's face. What the hell is Kevin O'Leary wearing in this clip?
Yeah,
YouTube.com/@1210 WPHT. It's a velvet jacket, smoker's jacket? Is that what that is?
I guess.
With
See, it's probably some line of clothing that he invested in. He's pushing it.
And it's an untied bow tie. You would think if you're going on TV, you would actually tie your bow tie.
Right. But I think he helps provide suits for our own Jimmy Fallon.
Oh, yeah?
It's kind of that look.
It's definitely
right?
the Fallon look, yeah. With like the padded, it almost looks like he took the
quilted.
Looks like the
tux.
interior of a 1979 Mercedes, kind of turned into a jacket.
It's like the quilted tuxedo that's oh my gosh, what was the famous movie where he wears the plum?
Taxi Cab Chic.
I love it. Or not. But yeah, that one was outrageous to me because it just shows you their mentality, how you have all of these individuals living in their CNN liberal bubble, including Abby Phillip, who's she's very beautiful, though, and I do love her voice. It's just, they're just in a bubble. And I will say, kudos to CNN for having smart, fabulous people, whether it's Scott Jennings. By the way, the event with Dom is not, there are a few tickets left.
You got to go to this. It's going to be a fun time.
Yeah. Are you going to go?
I can't.
Because
no, with the baby.
With the baby, and you have to be up so early.
And my mom's here this week.
Oh.
Yeah.
Hi, Mom.
Hi, Mom.
That's awesome.
That's great.
Does she listen or watch, or she's probably busy with the baby?
No, she's probably listening. She usually has it on in the background. So, hello, Mother. Thank you for watching. Little Amelia. Yeah.
Shout out.
Yeah.
To Dan's mom.
Getting some nice rest right now.
Who brought Dan into this world. Now, is this...
So I slept for like 20 of 24 hours yesterday. It was fantastic.
Because your mom's here.
Yeah.
What
I
a
just
comfort.
swaddled myself on the family room floor and fell asleep for 3 hours.
Now, is this the first grandbaby for your mom?
No, we're the last. So my brother is 7 years older, and I was born on my sister's 9th birthday. So I'm the baby by far.
Right, you're the baby.
Yeah.
Okay.
So my sister has 2, my brother has 2, and this is our first.
But this is very special in the family rundown because this is your mom's. So you're your mom's baby. Right? You're the baby. You're her baby having a baby.
Mm-hmm.
So that is very special.
I'm the baby.
You're the baby.
Baby.
It's a double baby.
Double baby. Yeah.
So I will say
Sarah says hi, Dan's mom.
Aw.
I love Sarah.
Sarah
Weiss.
Weiss.
She's
We love
amazing.
you.
Hi, Sarah.
Hi, Sarah.
And Dottie says, great job, Mom, to producer Dan's mom.
That's great that
Very
it's
sweet.
finally the first sleep he's had in months.
It felt wonderful.
For sure. Well, we love your mom, and we're grateful that she's here so you can get some sleep.
Yes.
Finally.
So maybe at some point this week I might call our friends over at Chapman for some new windows.
Maybe
I
that's
can
him
work with
leading
them
me
and-
in there, yeah.
Yeah.
Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding. You think of the holiday season, what a great time when you think about your home. And this month, Chapman, my friends at Chapman, really, I think I was trying to think who was the first Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding. They were, if not the first, one of the first when I first came to the Zioli show in the afternoons here. And that was because I'm just celebrating my 10th year. But Chapman making it easier than ever to upgrade your home with 24-month zero interest financing on any project. This is a first, plus 20% off siding. And there's so many beautiful siding choices. You have to go to Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding, chapmanwindowsdoors.com. And you can look at all the before and after photos and videos they have on there. It's awesome. You can take a virtual tour. There are so many choices. But if your windows are drafty, your doors are ready for the update, my front door, it kind of is. So this is your home's exterior, needing a refresh for the new year. Chapman has you covered. Here's what I love, and there is a Chapman difference that I talk about, but what I love about Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding, the craftsmanship, the commitment that they make, their care, their reputation. They have an impeccable reputation. You know this in the community. Family-owned local company started by two brothers, Mike and Mark Chapman, and they're very hands-on. So they have that commitment that they have always carried through over the years. They treat your home like it is their own home. And during a season when comfort and togetherness and family matter most, that makes all the difference. And that's part of what I'm talking about with the Chapman difference. As you enjoy the holidays and all the people coming in and out of your home, make sure it's looking and feeling the best. Call Chapman. Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding. You can visit them. ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Thrilled to be bringing Scott Jennings to the Colonial Theater in Phoenixville for our next Politics and Pints on the 9th of December at 7:30. His book, President Trump Says, is directly inspired by my inaugural address. No fake news. There's Jennings derangement syndrome across the country now because of all this. You'll get it all. Get your tickets now. Go to 1210WPHT.com. 1210WPHT.com.
At Audion Hearing, our mission is simple: to make better hearing affordable for everyone. This Christmas holiday, enjoy exclusive savings on our high-quality rechargeable hearing aids. Clear, comfortable, and ready to use right out of the box. And here's a study worth hearing. Research shows that wearing hearing aids can reduce your risk of dementia by up to 61%. Join over 1 million happy customers and shop Christmas holiday deals before they're gone at audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-941-2255. That's 800-941-2255. Searching for a new path to wellness? Dr. Molly Fantasia explains how medical hydration therapy can help you reclaim your energy. Listen to Health Watch, Sunday mornings at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
B101 is spreading holiday cheer throughout Philly. Tune in for the soundtrack to your Christmas season, featuring all the holiday songs you love. Christmas music all day, every day, only on B101, Philly's official Christmas station.
It's that time of year again. Hi, it's George Parenti, the lead dog at the Dogs and Cats Rules stores. If you're a pet parent like I am, you know that the holidays are just as important to our four-legged kids as they are to us. At the Dogs and Cats Rules stores, our goal is to make your holiday shopping easier. When it comes to getting the cutest Christmas-themed toys, collars, and leads, we have absolutely everything. That's Dogs and Cats Rule, now with 7 convenient locations. Shop small, shop local, shop family. Happy holidays from all of us at Dogs and Cats Rule.
Jim Cipriotti at Retire Ready Financial Group doesn't need Google to know you're worried about retirement. Between inflation, rising taxes, and the uncertainty about Social Security, he understands. That's why he offers a complimentary retirement second opinion. It's a no-obligation meeting for you to talk about your concerns about retirement. You want to know if you're going to be okay? Let's find out. 610-894-7415 or go online, retirereadyfg.com.
Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, NPN number 2083768.
You can now tune in to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
Getting in the mood. Little holiday mood here, Dan Borowski.
That's how you get in the mood. You listen to Charlie Brown Christmas.
You know, I hate when things like, because I love Susie Wiles, who's Trump's right-hand woman, or at least one of them. And so Daily Mail, and they're a tabloid, obviously, but they always have these salacious headlines. They call her the Ice Maiden.
The Ice Maiden?
The Ice Maiden. Why? Because she won't grant you an interview? Like, why is that? Because she is...
I didn't embrace it. It's a badass nickname.
You like it?
I love it.
Oh, you do? Okay,
Oh, are you kidding me? Like,
Dan takes it as a compliment.
Create like
Ice
a hockey
Maiden.
jersey with the name on the back with
All right.
Ice Maiden, you know?
Yeah, I guess you could take it either way. Ice Maiden?
Yeah.
Is
Like,
that
yeah, I
kinda-
don't want to talk to you a-holes. You're just
Ice
going to
Maiden.
twist it against me. Why would I want to talk to you? Yeah, I'm the Ice Maiden. Hell yeah. I embrace it.
Well, we're all going to be Ice Maidens today if you live in this area. It's Arctic. Whiteout. It's Whiteout Monday, set for 9 U.S. states as winter storms unleash up to 2 feet of snow. We're not getting any snow.
No, is it snowing outside? I can't see. There's
No.
damn shades down.
It snowed over the weekend here. I mean, it was a dusting,
Yeah, it
but
wasn't
still.
much snow.
Arctic blast.
I feel like you need at least like some accumulation on the ground for it to be called snow.
Yeah.
Otherwise,
I mean, even Virginia got up to 5 inches of snow. We got nothing. Nada.
Yeah, my nephews who are down in Charlottesville actually had a delayed opening today.
Because of the snow?
Yeah.
I mean, you expect Illinois, Michigan, my brother's at his place in Wisconsin. So on the lake, it's all frozen over.
Buffalo Bills game yesterday was all snowy.
Yeah.
Pretty cool to see.
You expect that, but not in Virginia.
Yeah.
Am I right here?
No, not Virginia.
Never.
No. Well, I just saw in the chat that we are past your anniversary here with
Yes.
Odyssey, and I must have been on leave when that happened. And
You
I
were.
do want to wish you a belated happy anniversary there, Dawn, for an amazing time
10
spent
years.
here at 1210.
Can you believe it?
Wow.
I know.
It's amazing.
10 years flies.
It really does.
I used to tell Zioli that I used to say to him, "Don't you want to go to mornings because you're going to miss a bunch of stuff in the afternoons with your kids."
Wow.
You know what I mean?
And
he didn't listen to me. But he gets to go to Fox News, which is nice.
That's nice, yeah.
Because he seems like he's always with Jimmy and doing stuff in Fox News.
That first parade was in 2016, huh? Or no, was it 2018?
What?
The Eagles parade.
Oh, why do you bring that up?
2018.
2018.
No, it's just placing. It doesn't seem like that was 8 years ago, huh?
But you didn't get to go down there, did you?
No, I was actually talking to Frank Canal for my interview during the Eagles parade, and that's kind of how I set where I started with 1210 WPHT.
So if you remember Millennial, so we were so mad. I can disclose this a decade later. We were furious because at the time, a certain somebody who's a huge Kansas City fan who didn't bring his kids down to the parade, and I would bust his chops if you know what I mean? Like, I know he's in Kansas City, but like he was down, at the parade. So I went with my kids and family. Like, we went earlier in the morning, but then for afternoons, Millennial and I, who are actual Eagles fans, we had to be back in Old City, like in the studio. Do you know what I'm saying? Broadcasting. We were like, ugh, he's not even a real fan. He's a Kansas City fan. Ugh. So we were busting on that.
Weren't you guys like all around the route too? There was restaurants. I think Dom was above at one point. And
yeah, no. So the only one who was actually broadcasting from had a front row seat, and that was when Kelsey dressed up as a mummer. Like that was like amazing. And I was like, "Oh, did you bring your kids?" Well, nah, they're Kansas City fans. I know. Don't even get me started.
Was there some salt coming from Dom Giordano as well? Does he not want to involve himself?
Yeah, I don't know if Dom wants to dish, but I'm going there.
Yeah.
It's 10 years later, and
well, happy 10th.
yeah, thank you, Dom Giordano. Big event tomorrow. Woo! We've been talking all morning since like 6:30 this morning, Dom. That we checked. There are a few seats left, which is amazing.
Well, yeah, Scott Jennings, the only problem is I'm driving him there in my 2018 Focus. So the car washers, I don't know if I can get detailing done by tonight.
Well, did Greg think to get ticket insurance then for our listeners in case that one doesn't show up?
Well, we'll have Scott say I've learned a new way to drive with 2 feet.
It's medevac to the venue.
We're going to lead with that tomorrow night. Yeah, you can still get tickets, and it is just... The book is tremendous. I've come up with now 55 questions for him. There's that much stuff, and nobody has a better insight into Trump and more, the most difficult interview I can imagine, Elon Musk. We'll talk about. He says Elon is stoic.
Stoic. Is he sexy, though?
He's sexy.
Is that what you called him, sexy?
Yeah, he has sexy energy.
Dom, is Elon Musk sexy?
No, I don't see that. And I would say that about men in general, sure, but not. I don't see it with Elon Musk. Larry Menti now, yes.
Yeah, there's some sexual
There you go.
energy.
See, Elon Musk is no Menti. That's the best way to put it. All right. Well, Dawn, Brian Fitzpatrick, who's supposed to be on this week, now takes another step forward, going after Republicans on the healthcare thing.
Uh-oh.
And I agree with Laura Loomer. For once, fentanyl comes from Mexico. That's where I think we ought to hit.
Well, it's a great Dom show just ahead.
Hey, listen, you can have Philly fast, reliable internet when you switch to Fios. How do I know? I got a family at 5. Everyone's got a device. Trust me, it is reliable, it is fast. And for a limited time, you can combine Fios home internet and one line of mobile for just $69.99 a month. You know how incredible that is. Get unlimited welcome for just $50 a month with auto pay plus taxes and fees when you bring your phone. And get this, I'm not done. You can add Fios 300 megabits for $19.99 a month with auto pay, mobile plus home discount, and bonus discount. So here's the deal. You want Philly fast, reliable internet for the entire family? Visit your greater Philly area Verizon store today to get this limited time offer and switch to our reliable 100% fiber optic network. For eligible new Fios internet and mobile customers, both the $15 monthly discounts for Fios and Bring Your Phone applied over 36 months. Mobile and home discount enrollment required. $99 Fios setup charge applies. For unlimited welcome, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic and times of congestion. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds.
Lexus of Cherry Hill, an elite of Lexus dealer and an 8-time J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence for the customer sales experience. Why would you buy your Lexus from anyone else? The 2026 Lexus models are here and moving fast. The amazing team at Lexus of Cherry Hill are your source for the Lexus of your dreams. Over 300 new and pre-owned vehicles to choose from. Face it, you deserve a Lexus and you deserve award-winning customer service. Start your journey at lexusofcherryhill.com.
For J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence information, visit jdpower.com/US-DOE.
The holiday season is in full swing, and the showcases at Family and Company Jewelers are stocked and ready to go. Do yourself a favor and get to their showroom on Route 70 in Marlton, New Jersey. Planning to pop the question this year? How about you stuff her stocking with a diamond engagement ring? Or if you just want a little extra action under the mistletoe, you can't go wrong with a pair of diamond stud earrings. Check off your whole list with one stop to Family and Company Jewelers, South Jersey's holiday diamond destination.
Win big this winter with CNC Heating and Air Conditioning's win-win deal. We win by keeping our family of employees working in the cold months, and you win by getting the best pricing we can offer with an added 10-year warranty and rebates. Manufacturer pricing is going up this January, so let's win together. Schedule an estimate today with CNC, your local Lennox dealer, and start saving today. Visit cc-hvac.com. Offers only for new installations through the end of 2025. 0% financing available.
Open the door to your dream home in the new year with American Heritage Credit Union. The comprehensive MyCU Home Connection program is a strong option for both home buyers and sellers with exclusive benefits like a $500 lender credit, cash rewards, and other discounts. Don't miss out on some of the lowest rates in the region. Your home, your next step, your American Heritage. Visit AmericanHeritageCU.org/home connection to get started. Insured by the NCUA. Not a member? Join today. NMLS 433838. Equal housing opportunity.
Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
It is Dom time. Good Monday, everyone. One day away from Scott Jennings coming to town, and I am already geared up. It was so easy to come up with over 50 questions. His look in his book, The Revolution of Common Sense, how Trump stormed Washington and saved Western civilization. It is a great read on what Trump has really done, what the upside of Trump is, and also Elon Musk, which is much harder to divine from that. So we're going to have a lot of fun with that tomorrow night. And I came up with a lightning round. Usually when I have the person in a lightning round, I only ask them, 5 or 6 to get going. I couldn't limit myself. There are so many. And no, I didn't put all the old favorites on there like Nancy Pelosi. Sorry, it's a Budge Wire of the lightning round. But the ones I have on there, Jasmine Crockett might make her way on there. I led with Gavin Newsom. So you'll hear Scott Jennings' response to that in the lightning round tomorrow night, along with about a dozen others. Interested to what he says about J.D. Vance. All right, so phone lines are 855-839-1210, AT&T and Verizon Wireless. All that you have to do is push pound 1210. Brian Fitzpatrick, his guys tell Henry he should be on the show this week or soon. And Fitzpatrick I told you about his health care plan. And look, I realize he's running in what could be a tough spot. This midterm is going to be tough. We know the midterms are going to be tough. The president tomorrow at the Mount Airy Pocono Lodge. Now, that's not the one with the bathtub and the champagne glass thing, I don't think. I am not a fan of the Pocono. I don't get why would anyone in the world go to the Poconos. But apparently, a lot of New Yorkers have taken over Pocono country, some of them living there full time. That part of Pennsylvania. Why is he doing it? Bresnahan is one of the congressmen, one of the 4 targeted in Pennsylvania, big time, by not only Democrats, but by Josh Shapiro. Josh Shapiro is going to go all out to try to defeat them, to give him some more presidential credibility. That's why we got to beat him in his race. So the president there tomorrow talking affordability. Not sure if there's a particular spoke of affordability he's going to be talking about, but we're looking at it. So Fitzpatrick, though, look, I don't see who's challenging him in the primary yet. I don't have any knowledge of that, of anybody that's going to be able to beat him. So I get that. But I can't let it pass that he's going too far. We told you last week about his health care plan where you can be a family of 4 and still get Obamacare subsidies of some sort, even if your family income is $225,000. And he says this has bipartisan support. Democrats want even more. Now Fitzpatrick is calling out Republicans, saying they're going to have to do something and do it quickly here. In other words, he is, at least in the House that I can see the last couple of weeks, the most quoted person out there. And to me, that's a little bit over the top, even though he's running in Bucks County in a tough race. Here's what he said about Republicans and Obamacare.
So on healthcare, you've been pushing very hard to deal with these expiring subsidies under the Affordable Care Act, pushing your own plan for this, but you're encountering a lot of resistance from within your own party and within your own leadership. What do you say to them?
Well, I say that if you don't have a better plan, then get on board with ours, but doing nothing is not an option, right? I mean, I've heard so many people in the Republican conference rail on the Affordable Care Act, rail on Obamacare, rail on the premium tax credits. And if you want to criticize something, that's okay as long as you have a better alternative. They have never offered a better alternative. We went down this healthcare path in my freshman term. I voted against the repeal of the ACA. I thought the replacement was insufficient. It was hastily put together, not well thought out. And here we are, 8 years later, and they still have not been able to put together an articulable plan that's going to work for everyday Americans. So, is a premium tax credit structure perfect? No, it's not. I don't like the fact that there's no income caps. I don't like the fact that the money all goes to the insurance company and rather than having some go to the individual. But right now, with a cliff upon us at the end of the year, I think we have to extend it out a minimum of 2 years with guardrails, with income caps.
The speaker is resisting you too, right?
He isn't resisting me personally. I mean, I've seen the comments that he doesn't want to bring an ACA extension bill to the floor. I don't know if he's just thinks he's representing the majority of the GOP conference. I don't know that because I've spoken to so many members who you would think, you would consider conservative or coming from conservative districts that are very much interested in what we're doing because, if you represent people of lower and middle income means, and affordability is such a crisis in this country right now for everything from childcare to transportation to housing to food to fuel and to healthcare, people are squeezed right now. And to add this on top of that, a significant increase in their premiums is not an option. So I think a lot of my colleagues are realizing that. And, time will tell next week, when we introduce this, it'll be bipartisan. We'll see how many people get on board with it.
All right. So is that acceptable to you? Is that fundamentally acceptable, what Fitzpatrick is saying there? I'm looking at the Wall Street Journal today. I'm going to ask him about this when he comes on. Obamacare is a mecca for fraud. Federal auditors at the Government Accountability Office showed how easy it is for the ineligible to sign up and get that money. We know what's going on in Minnesota. I wanted to get into that. When we left on Friday with the fraud there, we learned that it was about $8.8 billion. That's what's being guesstimated now. Here's something again from the Wall Street Journal, though. And I know, why is it easier to just believe and point the finger at a bunch of things that RFK Jr. is talking about as far as autism? I'm not finding Tylenol that was a good road that we went down with that. If you are, you can tell me. Well, the Wall Street Journal's got a piece today. How at the root of this, here's the headline. Why is autism exploding? Welfare fraud is one reason. Maybe that's what we ought to look at. In other words, these Somali corruptors there in Minnesota, with their 80,000 strong voting bloc, were able to set up, along with parents, allegedly pretending their kids had autism, certifying that, a scheme where they got hundreds of millions of dollars and they kept on upping it to treat autism. So the Wall Street Journal making a point around the country, how much is going on of overcharging or coming up with saying my kid has autism and you get a check. You know, there's a lot of causes of why it's 1 out of 32, if that's the number now, rather than just wanting to blame vaccines. By the way, we're going to talk with Dr. Robert Malone today. He is on the panel. He is one of the driving forces that the other day said, no, we should not do the hepatitis B at birth or shortly after birth. There ought to be a window there before we do it. Now, I'm a little bit skeptical of him, but big issues, big guest. He'll be here at 2:30 today. He's on the new RFK Jr. staff. And you'll hear his scientific rationale and what's happening inside that around vaccines. I hope to get him to kind of give you a sense of where they're going to next go on vaccine. You'll get that at 2:30 today. So this piece, why is autism exploding? The numbers of these Somali parents and the number of these groups that came up with fraud around autism. Who would have thought it? And Stephen Miller over the weekend widely got attacked because he made the point that when you have people, this number, congregating in one place that come from a country that is not really a country, that's just a source of corruption and tribalism, what do you think they're going to do when they get there? Here's Miller. This is Cut 8, Henry, calling this the single biggest theft of taxpayer dollars in American history. Cut 8.
Based on what we have found so far, we believe that the Somali fraud operation in Minnesota is the single greatest theft of taxpayer dollars through welfare fraud in American history. We believe that we have only scratched the very top of the surface of how deep this goes. And you're familiar with all the scams with pretending that children have autism who are not in fact autistic, with pretending to enroll people in food programs when in fact nobody was ever enrolled, and engaging in massive fraud, lying, and theft and grift on a scale we've never seen before in American history. The total bill, the total tab for this is going to be far beyond the numbers we've already seen reported. We believe the state government is fully complicit in this scheme, and we believe that what we are going to uncover is going to shock the American people. Look, based on the records that we already have, and this is a significant undercount, by the way, 75% of the Somali population in Minnesota is on welfare. But that's likely a significant undercount of just how much of a financial burden the Somali refugee population is imposing on this country.
75%, and it's an undercount. And he's, look, this guy, I know people come after him and all this. He's the smartest guy that Trump has when it comes to policy. Yeah, maybe he's a little off-putting in his debates. I debated him once. Ferocious. This was way back when he was with the Alabama senator. Not anytime soon, because usually I agree with him. Over 75%. And he made the point, when you bring people, you congregate them, they're coming from this country with this lack of anything. And people over the weekend talking about how social media allows them not to have to assimilate fully. You're going to get this. This is one of the biggest stories of the year, even though it's coming late in the year. And Miller is all over it and detailing exactly what causes this. What's the causal element? All right, the phone lines are 855-839-1210. AT&T and Verizon Wireless. All that you have to do is just push pound 1210 and we'll get you on board. I'll give you the side question coming up here to get started. By the way, we're really excited out here. Scott Jennings is going to be broadcasting from here tomorrow. Hope to have him in studio. And it's my honor to drive him to the event. What could possibly go wrong? So I have to head to a car wash today, chop, or get the Talk Radio 12 producers team. I thought that was in the small print. You know, if we need a car wash, they'd be ready to go.
I mean, I'd do it if I'm getting paid time and a half.
Oh, yeah. Well, no, this is to help
pro bono?
Cause. Pro bono. Pro bono car wash.
Oh, no.
It's small print. And in addition to that, we have some tickets still available. I recommend the tier where you get to meet and greet with Scott Jennings. Mm-hmm. You also get the limited edition. You on YouTube have been seeing this. It's a great edition. The 1210 ornament and the book. I'm going to see if I can auction off mine with all the annotations. I put an annotation on over 200 pages.
Wow.
Yeah. Now, reading it, I'll put the translation in the back.
Yeah, seriously, yeah.
Oh, yeah. There's that much
you
in
need
there.
Subscripts for your annotations.
It's almost like he's unfolding my mind. Some of the things I've said, he's got an interesting theory on why Democrats will die on the train cell. I'd say he has over 2 chapters in this book. He has the timeline. In other words, the Trump people didn't know how hot this trans thing would be. And then after they put the Harris ad up, they went, oh, my God, how much can we commit to it? And I would have told them, not enough. Get double or triple, whatever you're thinking of committing to it. That's how valuable this is. All right, phone lines are 855-839-1210. You get your tickets at 1210WPHT.com. 1210WPHT.com. You get the meet and greet with Scott. You get the book. You get the ornament. Henry there, Roe there tonight. It's going to be a great night. And you're, again, with friends. We'll take questions. Tomorrow night. I'm sorry. I already have my 55 questions down. I'm running out of additions to them. I don't want to add any more. I thought I had it perfectly.
You got to be rattling these things off, I feel like. 55, that's a lot.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a lot. Well, I come prepared. There was the Jesse Waters incident where he was rolling along for 10 minutes, and the answers were only about 15 seconds. You do the math.
Oh, yeah,
And I'm like 25 minutes in saying this was really entertaining, really good, but we have 40 minutes left. Yes. That's the problem.
I feel like Scott also giving more expounded answers.
Yeah, no, I agree. I was able to, I don't think people would have known. Well, I did ask him what his favorite color was. No, I didn't. I wouldn't do that. But I'm just saying every person you bring in has strengths. Yeah. Scott Jennings will talk for 2 or 3 minutes on each one of these. So I'll have to cut them down, go to my 3rd and 16 plays at some point. All right, 855-839-1210. Grab a line.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
CNN is trying to convince people that Trump's deportations are bad because Modelo and Corona sales are plummeting. Because you just assume that Mexican people drink Mexican beer. I like
love
Corona.
Mexican beer.
I love Corona.
I like Dos Equis, Modelo, Corona. You know why Modelo became #1 2 years ago in 2023? Do we need to do revisionist history here?
I was just going to say that.
Because Alyssa Heinerschneid thought sticking Dylan Mulvaney in a Bud Light ad,
right.
which was the #1 beer in America, tanked. And who took off? Modelo.
Yep.
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Anthony Gambone and Denise Gambone. We've been with Crash Proof Retirement since 2016.
With the holiday season upon us, there's nothing I'm more thankful for than being here with Crash Proof Retirement. You're guaranteed to not lose any principal, and you're cheering the stock market to go up because it means you make more money.
That's the beauty of the Crash Proof system. I've made money and I haven't paid for anything. You secure your nest egg, then it's compounded the next year. There is real growth.
Since Tony and I came to Crash Proof Retirement, we have made a substantial amount of money. And I mean, what's not to like about coming to Crash Proof Retirement? I would encourage everybody to have that same sense of security and peace for 2026.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event happening at Springfield Country Club this Tuesday, December 9th. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli here with my friend Matt from Emmons Roofing and Siding. If you're like me, your house took a real beating this winter from all the snow, ice, and storms.
At Emmons Roofing and Siding, we're here to put it back together. We specialize in storm-resistant roofing and siding systems designed to last no matter what Mother Nature throws at it.
Well, Emmons is who I use and recommend, so call Emmons today at 856-556-3229 for a free roof inspection.
Or visit us at callemmons.com.
Callemmons.com. Emmons, protecting homes, one roof at a time.
The working families of Laona Labor's District Council of Pennsylvania, D.C., Maryland, and Virginia are proud contributors to all aspects of growth in this great city. The Labor's District Council provides safe, well-trained, productive workers who enable projects to be done on time and under budget. We appreciate our signatory contractors and their commitment to fairness and equality. Laborers, we're building a better future today.
Brought to you by the Laborers District Council Licit Fund.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime.
Our entry-level data plans start at just $20 a month. And for a limited time, switch and get your second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you and get your second month free today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional details.
Hey, I'm Mike Slater. My dad passed away at the age of 63. It's out of nowhere. Had a stroke. Super hard, obviously, for the whole family, but my dad had life insurance. This is why I have life insurance for my family, for my wife and 4 kids. And the best place to get life insurance is ethos.com because you can do it in 10 minutes. And there's no medical exam and no blood test, just a few health questions. Get life insurance in 10 minutes so your family is protected. Ethos, E-T-H-O-S, ethos.com/life.
Free speech lives here with Kale and Company weekday mornings on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
Did I almost say this morning, Dr. Carl Malone will be here at 2:30? I almost did. The mailman. I'm thinking, I'm not throwing the ball to that guy. All right. No, it'll be Dr. Robert Malone from the newly appointed RFK Jr. Group that will be with us at 2:30 today. And big headline story, the Hep B holding off on that. People on the other side say, why are you doing that? It's not a danger to kids. They're pointing toward autism. I pointed towards autism, and I find this to be, you heard Stephen Miller too. Is this one of the reasons? Now, I'm not saying the only reason, but I'm not going to be pushed back on the autism thing. I still think we identify more people today. That's one of the reasons. And I also think things like autism fraud are pretty rampant. Take it up with Stephen Miller if you differ on that. All right. So Brian Fitzpatrick also in the crosshairs here, so to speak, politically, way out there when it comes to Republicans. Let me give you the side question. We saw the other day, day in history, whatever, I think it was on Friday, where we're looking at this. We had the last Apollo space mission. And Henry and I started talking about the fact, when you used to mention the word astronaut, it was a big deal. I don't know if people go to, Mark Kelly is an astronaut, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, they cite it somewhat, but it doesn't pop like it once. Wow.
It doesn't, no.
An astronaut. NASA used to be the gold standard. Ed Harris, failure's not an option. Then it seemed to be at NASA, failure was an option, big time.
Well, it's
right?
like, what do they do anymore?
Nothing that I know of. Yeah,
not bringing back any moon rocks.
No, they're not. That's right. Get those moon rocks. So we're looking for a program that faded or declined, or a person, place, or thing that used to be really big and faded. One that comes to mind to me, and I'm not sure why. I'm sure there's all kinds of answers, probably Amazon and things like that, maybe. But the malls, although the Cherry Hill Mall still seems to do pretty well. Malls in places like Jersey, even on Montgomeryville, we used to go to that one a lot. They have really faded. Plymouth Meeting has like a facade of great stores outside. Have you ever been in the internal in the mall? It's bad.
Yeah, it's ghost town.
It's a ghost town. You could run races in there and not bang into anybody.
Drive cars.
Yeah, right. I'm going to take malls off. Henry's got a couple.
Yeah, I got two here. The first I'm going to take off our neighbor over in the Garden State, one of the entertainment and leisure capitals of the world, or at least it used to be. And that would be Atlantic City.
Yes.
What used to, be used in movies and TV shows as a destination to go, destination to be. It doesn't feel like it holds that.
Even with gambling, right?
Yeah, even with gambling. Like, even to this day, there's no mystique about it anymore.
If you want to get high, they do have 10 shops in 2 blocks.
All right, yeah. If you want to go roll a doobie and smoke up on the corner, by all means. But I feel like you can do that other places in Jersey that are maybe a little cleaner, too. The other one I'm going to take off the board is a movie director. And it pains me to say this because he's had some great movies, including Terminator, Terminator 2, The Abyss, Titanic, True Lies.
Right.
And that would be James Cameron. I mean, he has poured his life and soul into making these Avatar movies.
Still, right?
Right. So the third one's coming out, Fire and Ash, and all the actors and the people associated with the production are talking about, like, yep, this is it for this franchise, when he was supposed to have 5 or 6 movies in it. So I don't know if there's. I mean, he's making movies for no one that I don't think there's really an audience for. He's just making it for himself, and it's kind of sad to see that's he's getting older now. He's 71. I don't know how many movies he's got left in him to make past these Avatar movies. So it's sad to see that the guy who's making Terminator 2 is not making anything of relevance.
I'm glad you emphasized that because Terminator 2 is better than Terminator.
Absolutely.
Yeah, they were feeling it out in that.
Yes.
The character of what's her name? Where did she go? Sarah Connor.
She's in the new Stranger Things season.
Oh, is she?
Yeah.
Yeah, but oh my God, that woman just popped on the screen.
Totally.
But she
still does.
But she was breaking out of the jail, out of the insane asylum.
Yeah.
Oh my God, yeah. All right, so 855-839-1210. That's what we're looking for. There are a million of them. Laura Loomer, we've had her on the show before, way back when she was just an activist, not someone that whispers in the ear of the president and gets results. And a lot of times I think she's off-kilter. She's out today, though, and she's not afraid to say things that are not exactly in the Trump camp, if it helps, and I think it does. The only beef I have with the Venezuela stuff, and I support hitting them and hitting them again and again and again. That's not where fentanyl is coming from. So if it's about fentanyl, because we're talking about fentanyl and the danger to the average American rather than cocaine, we got to hit the Mexican cartels. And I'm still asking the question, and I wish I could find an answer. I do believe Trump has effectively sealed that border. So how in the world are the cartels still getting their supplies into America? How are they doing that? What is it? And if it can't be stopped, they're easier to hit. They're only in Mexico. They have drug labs. We have drones. Hit them. Well, they're a sovereign country. That didn't stop us with Venezuela. Not only that, I think we have a much bigger degree of certitude of really inflicting damage. I think they're operating pretty openly. And I think if you make that uncomfortable for them, it will be interesting to see what they do. But I think she's right. Venezuela, the guesstimate is 8%. Now, that's still 8%, so we got to take care of that. China, we've talked about, is the architect of this stuff. And whatever leverage we have on China, we ought to use. But you realize we've allowed them to grow into a monster where our leverage is not all that great. But I would take every action we could against China. I wouldn't have their citizens go to American universities. I'd start with that. But aside from that, Mexico is the source of the problem. That's where the most vicious cartels on earth probably are. And that's where their drug labs and their processing and everything else they do. hit that. Now, are the Democrats then going to jump up and down? Yes, that's fine. Sovereign country, how would we like it? Translation, you're defending us taking out the fentanyl that's killing Americans. See, with Venezuela, they can get away with saying what I told you correctly, that it's only about 8%. They're still on the wrong side of it. The American people want this done. But you go after the cartels, and I believe Ron DeSantis would. I'm not sure why Trump has not. Not sure if he thinks Mexico is being helpful enough or something. How are those drugs getting into America then? Because based upon just any metric that we have, they've done a remarkable job on sealing off the border. All right, get in on the side question too. Person, place, thing that has declined at once, and don't make it like 50 years ago. We're talking about in relative recent memory. This was something like the moon mission when we saw this date in history, the Apollo mission was stopped. It was shocking. That was the biggest thing. I mean, they gave us Tang after all. Yeah. Oh, my God.
Tang.
How ghastly, Tang. Oh, God. And they gave us Velcro. All those guys not having to tie shoelaces now.
There you go. That's how big astronauts have fallen off. You can't use them to market foods and products like that anymore.
No, exactly. I think I interviewed one or two over the course of time, and I don't even remember it because it's fallen off so much. Alrighty, 855-839-1210, AT&T and Verizon Wireless. You just push pound 1210. Could autism, one of the reasons why it could be exploding? Wall Street Journal asked today, and I'm asking. You have autism fraud going on, and what they were doing in Minnesota is almost unparalleled. It's even for Walls, even for Minnesota. This is robbing the American taxpayer. Now, this can give the Trump administration great traction. I'm going to play you Ilhan Omar. Asked about some of the characterizations of the Somalis. And she definitely then goes to, yep, Nazis. And they were the victims here. The Somalis are the victims of the 8.8 billion. There's only 80,000 of them. Miller, upwards of 80% are on welfare. Even for Minnesota, that's a stunning figure. All righty, 855-839-1210. You get a line. Coming up, a little bit more, too, on Dave McCormick, who is in town today. Senator McCormick, big editorial in today's paper, saying, why won't Josh Shapiro just say he's going to take the big, beautiful bill and all that money that's in there so that kids that are middle class or poor have a chance at going to a decent school? And why does the media not press them on that? 855-839-1210.
Every man should have their health optimized. Forte Men's Health offers a unique approach, providing individualized solutions that address a wide range of critical issues. Dr. Michael Atanasio supports you with cardiovascular disease prevention, improvement in erectile dysfunction, testosterone replacement and enhancement, nutrition counseling, and weight control, all in one place. Reduce the need for multiple specialists. Visit ForteMen'sHealth.com and make an appointment today for personalized health care. ForteMen'sHealth.com. With one doctor, one location for life. ForteMen'sHealth.com.
Join Dom Giordano for Navy League Philadelphia's annual watch party of the Army-Navy game, December 13th at Manayunk Brewery. It's an atmosphere like no other for college football's most patriotic tradition. Enjoy prize raffles along with great specials throughout the game. Tickets are on sale now for just $15 at NavyLeaguePhilly.org. All proceeds go to Navy League Philadelphia to support our local Sea Service members. You can become a member of Navy League Philly and help support our Sea Service members for just $25 a year. NavyLeaguePhilly.org.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
At Citizens, we help make sense of your money and all your money questions.
Should I pay down my debt or start an emergency fund?
Is now the right time to start saving?
How can I move my financial goalposts even an inch?
Can money actually buy happiness?
What's it take to live like a royal in Queen Village?
Whatever money questions you have, Citizens has the answers. Make sense of your money at citizensbank.com/made-ready. Member FDIC.
Searching for a new path to wellness? Dr. Molly Fantasia explains how medical hydration therapy can help you reclaim your energy. Listen to Health Watch, Sunday mornings at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 1039 FM.
No strike for now. SEPTA's subway, trolley, and bus drivers are working today while SEPTA and the union return to the bargaining table. Delaware County Council hearing from residents on the proposed 19% property tax increase. And the movie One Battle After Another tops the Golden Globe nominations.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
Roses are red, violets are blue. Call a giant HVAC company and they'll screw you. This is Jonathan Cans, third generation owner of Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. Are you sick of HVAC companies coming to your house and finding free bogus repairs? They are lying. My grandfather started Marvin E. Cans 72 years ago and treated his customers like family. 72 years later, we're still doing the same. To schedule your winter service so you are not out in the cold, contact Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. That's MarvinEKanze.com.
Broadcasting live from the Piazza Auto Group studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
All right, it is Dom time. Hey, Jim, sit down. Take some calls. Dom Giordano show.
He works too hard. I couldn't do that to him.
Come on now. He loves it. He loves it. He'd be out here forever. Look at me saying, Dom, you popped in. Can I take some calls today? All right. Dom Giordano show. Henry verifies the first 2 out of 2 are home runs. So get in something that has declined, like astronaut, Apollo mission. All right. You know, they might be there in some iteration, but it's not the same. Oh, it's not the same at Health and Human Services. And people think, why would you do this? I'm so glad. I'd be the czar of going around, check that box, I did it. They've taken Dr. Rachel Levine's name off there at Health and Human Services, off the plaque, because they say Health and Human Services represents the gold standard. So we're not going to call a male Rachel Levine. Get it? Remember this? We forget what he did during the Wolf era here during COVID, and then got bumped up and had to be treated as an admiral. What ship was Rachel Levine going to be commanding? So the Trump administration now has clarified the scientific record that they say this is not disrespectful. It's just accurate. And after all, at Health and Human Services, are we not about accuracy, about science? Okay, so I have one of the biggest doctors or scientists in America in some ways. He's the guy, by the way, that called the roll call the other day at the vote on hepatitis B. And the people who did not vote to stand down on saying a baby gets a hepatitis B shot the day of birth or a day after, they were fired up. And Dr. Malone Henry was just going, Bueller, next. He seems like a pretty calm guy to be this controversial. Now, I don't have my science hat like he does, but I am not going to go quite as far on this. Does that make sense? I am suspicious of places like Jersey, and I am suspicious, and there's a lot of suspicion about the multiple vaccinations or products in one sitting. But I'm telling you, I'm intrigued by this autism thing all weekend. How many fraudulent autism claims are out there by people making a buck off it? Wall Street Journal says, and you heard Stephen Miller, that's what the Somalis were up to. How could 80% of them be on welfare? 80%. But Miller makes a broader comment. That's why he's the big picture guy. What do you expect when you take people en masse, plop them all down where they have voting power in one place from a country where corruption is, they would laugh at Jersey when it comes to corruption. Here is Scott Bessent, Henry, over the weekend. And Bessent looks like a guy who's, not going to say something like this. Here's Scott Bessent talking about, this is cut 16. I think he was on Face the Nation.
Yes.
About the Somali migrants and saying, here are the rules. When you come to America, here's what you have to do. Here's Treasury Secretary Bessent.
A lot of money has been transferred from the individuals who committed this fraud, including those who donated to the governor, donated to Representative Omar, and donated to A.G. Ellison. But they've been transferred to something called MBSs. And those are
mortgage-backed security. What do you mean?
Sorry?
Transferred to what?
These are money the Bureau services, and they are wire transfer organizations that are outside the regulated banking system. And that money has gone overseas, and we are tracking that both to the Middle East and to Somalia to see what the uses of that have been.
Okay, but you have no evidence of that money being used to fuel terrorism at this point, which is what some conservative writers are alleging.
That's why it's an investigation. We started it last week. We'll see where it goes. But I can tell you that, it's terrible. Representative Omar tried to downplay it, said, it was very, it was very tough to know how this money should be used. Yeah. She was gaslighting the American people.
Well, we'll talk to her.
Yeah, but when you come to this country, you got to learn which side of the road to drive on. You got to learn to stop at stop signs, and you got to learn not to defraud the American people.
A little bit holding there. He was a little bit off, Scott Bessent, in that. A little choppy, but he got it. Yeah, 2 and 2 are 4, stop sign, and don't defraud us. And Omar, well, they're the victims. Here is Omar, Representative Omar, talking about expecting immigrants to assimilate. And isn't that a word that, there's a word, Henry, that has declined tremendously. You're not allowed to say assimilate anymore. Assimilate to what? To America, to American values. Here's Omar. When she hears the word assimilate, what does she think?
I want to ask you about something else that the architect of the president's immigration policy, Stephen Miller, said. On Thanksgiving Day, he posted, "No magic transformation occurs when failed states cross borders. At scale, migrants and their descendants recreate the conditions and terrors of their broken homelands." What do you make of this argument of failure to assimilate and sort of ruining America? How do you understand this?
I mean, when I think about Stephen Miller and his white supremacist rhetoric, it reminds me of the way the Nazis described Jewish people in Germany. And as we know, there have been many immigrants who have tried to come to the United States who've turned back, one of them being Jewish immigrants. We know the way that people were described who
like you're
were
sad
coming
about
from
that.
Ireland, Irish immigrants. We know the way in which people were described back then when they were Italian immigrants. And to me, we're, yes, of course, ethnically Somali. We are in this country as Americans. Yeah. We are citizens. We are productive part of this nation, and we will continue to be.
All right, let's unpack that. Stephen Miller really opened up something big here. You bring in, and Maine is experiencing this now too, just over the weekend, because Somalis were settled in Maine. You get what we saw here in Minnesota, he's saying, and the guardrails are off. Prior to what she's talking about, when immigrants came here, Italy, Ireland, and the like, there were pressures to assimilate. if you didn't assimilate, you were going to be marginalized. Here, if you don't assimilate because of social media, because of changing mores, calling people Nazis, because she's your representative, you're going to be rewarded with all kinds of scams and inside stuff. And you're not going to develop a love of the country. You're just seeing this as a big employment factory or something you can scam. That's what Miller's talking about. Now, Miller goes to the big picture better than anybody. And I don't care what Dan says. When we were at the White House, he shouldn't have stopped me. That guy was walking right by me. I could have gotten the interview right there. We would have had to go outside the White House fence and come back in, but I would have gotten it. I would have gotten back in.
Allegedly.
I mean, it was a youngish-looking guy balding with a fancy suit on. That was Stephen Miller.
Couldn't be anyone else.
Couldn't be. Let me go to Drew in Upper Darby on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Drew, welcome in.
Hey, Don, happy Monday to you. Thank you, man, for taking my call.
You're welcome.
Don, you said assimilate. That word is so key because for me, like when my father came from Greece, when your ancestors came, Henry's ancestors, like at the very least, you acknowledge the cultures of your new country and then you love your new country, but it seems like the vast majority of the ones who are coming now, they not only want to assimilate, but it's almost like they taunt our culture. They walk around in their uniform, their costumes, which is okay with me, but like I feel as though they're like daring you to do something stupid. You know what I mean? And
assimilation is not in the forefront, and you can see it. This is the worst, though, in my estimation, Drew. What we see, 80,000 people congregated just in that one area. That's why this happened. Again, same thing in Maine. Other groups, there are problems, but this group is really problematic.
I agree. And like the key part is at the very least, okay, if you want to carry on your own culture, that's cool. But at the very least, love your new country, acknowledge our culture. Mm-hmm. But it seems like they refuse to do it. Like I was telling Henry, man, I'm kind of thankful that my father wasn't alive during 9/11 because it literally would have broke his heart because he loved this country so much. He enlisted in the Navy, World War II, and I figured a lot of World War II Italian guys, all cultures, it's the same thing. It's like they just refuse to acknowledge our culture. So
exactly. What's your side, Drew?
Yes, Dom, thank you so much, man. Dom, I know this is a little outside the box, but it's no secret how much I love the NFL, especially as a kid. I remember watching the games, and back in the day when a running back, when he got 1,000 yards for the season, it was a big thing. Sometimes the game would stop, they give him the game ball, and they would get it like sometime like now they get 1,000 yards like 7 games into the season, and I remember the one running back in particular, Larry Brown. He played for the Redskins. He was legally blind in one eye, and I think it was 1970. And when he got it 1,000 yards, it's like the band started playing, the game stopped. It was a big thing. That's my answer.
Thank you, Drew. Yeah, and it's not as many. Well, with 17 games.
Yeah, everyone.
That's the thing. Yeah. I mean, you got to be. We could roll anybody out there. You can get it. What was it in Jim Brown's? I think it was 12 games. Not sure if it was even 12.
12 or 13 back then.
It was an even number. I'm 99% certain. So you do it in 12 games. That's pretty good. All right, 855-839-1210. Dave McCormick's going to join at 1:40 today, Senator McCormick. And I saw over the weekend, he's talking about this guy has been involved in some of the biggest things imaginable in the first year. But he's got a great column in today's paper, and he's more polite. But Josh Shapiro won't just tell us he's going to take government money for poor kids, middle-class kids, to get to go to a better school than the stinking Philadelphia public schools, the stinking Harrisburg, Reading, Penn, whatever that is out there in Delaware County. They're horrible. Yeah, well, you got to go. Otherwise, we won't have the school district. And McCormick's point is this money is not money taken from the public schools. It's free money, essentially, for this purpose. It's free of encumbrance. so that kids can choose a better education and a better life, they and their parents. And the media is even worse. They ought to be asking Shapiro 24 hours a day, why will he not commit to this or tell us he's not going to take it? What more does he need to know? And the answer is nothing. They love the guy. That's what Stacey Garrity's up against. All right, 855-839-1210. Get in on the side question. That was a great one to start. I see some other good ones. We'll come to you next on Talk Radio 1210. Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Thrilled to be bringing Scott Jennings to the Colonial Theater in Phoenixville for our next Politics and Pints on the 9th of December at 7:30. His book, President Trump says, is directly inspired by my inaugural address. No fake news. There's Jennings derangement syndrome across the country now. Because of all this, you'll get it all. Get your tickets now. Go to 1210WPHT.com, 1210WPHT.com.
Now is the season for finding a new Toyota at Tri-County Toyota. Right now during Toyotathon, lease a new 2025 RAV4 LE all-wheel drive for just $299 a month for 39 months. Or buy and get 4.7% financing for 72 months. Or check out a new 2025 Tacoma 4-wheel drive double cab SR5 and lease for $229 a month for 39 months. Or get rates as low as 2.99% per 48 months. Visit us online at TriCountyToyota.com to see more.
The number one worry of people in retirement is running out of money. How about some ideas on how to protect your money? Tune in to the Retirement Spectrum with Alan Cohen, Saturdays at 6 a.m. and 3 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
It's here. B101 has transformed into Philly's official Christmas station. Relax and unwind with your holiday favorites 24 hours a day, all the way through Christmas. Tell your smart speaker to play B101.
For more expert appliance shopping advice, here's National Appliance Warehouse's own appliance guru.
Hello, let's talk premium. These are top-of-the-line appliances that dream kitchens are made of. If you're planning an investment like this in your home, where you buy is as important as what you buy. At National Appliance Warehouse, we're committed to delivering the superior buying experience you deserve. Our showroom features beautifully displayed premium appliances of every major brand, including highly sought-after monogram appliances. Our team of gurus is well-versed at guiding you as you navigate the same appliances you'd find in most magnificent homes and the kitchens of cooking enthusiasts. And the National Appliance Warehouse team has the expertise to properly deliver and install your stunning new appliances.
'Tis the season of savings at National Appliance Warehouse. Elevate everything and save on monogram appliances, featuring sophisticated luxury and understated durability. You'll love expertly engineered and purposely designed monogram appliances. Click nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom in tax-free Wilmington today.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
To get this special radio offer, go to leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today and get up to 30% off. That's leaffilter.com/deal for up to 30% off. leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
All right, thanks to our spies out there. Thanks to Mike Henry. The Wordle of the day, I guess I can say, I don't want to be a spoiler.
Yeah, spoiler alerts real quick. If you play Wordle, turn out for a sec.
Wordle. Oh, I can't say it then.
No, you just gave a spoiler alert.
Okay,
so now you can do
all right,
it.
I can count 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Crazy or gravy crazy. Notice gravy is the Wordle.
All right, yeah.
Not sauce. Or was it crazy gravy? One way or the other.
It's definitely gravy, yeah. It's to be 5 letters.
I will You know, maybe I've beaten it to death. Shall I bring that up tomorrow night with Scott Jennings? Now, he's from Kentucky. God knows what they might say. You mean taters or something? He might say.
He's going to have some weird answer. It's
Yeah.
like, in my house, actually.
Yeah, he puts KY at the end of all of his social media. But he's not a drinker. So I have to get that Pellegrino water, I've been told. Why?
Oh, yeah. The lemon in it, right?
Yeah, the lemon in it. Yeah. All right. So 855-839-1210. Side question, something of recent vintage that really has declined. Mike, and it still might be there, but you cannot treat it. I think this one, Henry, is something that's still there, but it's not treated in the same way anymore. You can't even call it that.
Right, yeah.
Oh, no. Yeah, you got it. There's another word for it.
Mm-hmm.
Mike in Marlton. Hey, Mike. Good afternoon.
Hey, Dom. It's a great show. Thanks a lot. My side answer is the stewardess. We traveled a lot when I was a kid in the 60s. My mom always made us dress up. And now it's just a different thing. No glamour, no style, no flash. They're hardworking, great people, but they're flight attendants.
Flight attendants. And some of them are guys with earrings and other things. Yes.
Yeah,
exactly.
Okay, yeah. You know, there's that.
There's that. What I'm saying is you can't even say stewardess anymore, and you're right. And the dressing up part, that's a part. Did you happen to see, Mike, that when Duffy, the transportation guy, said, hey, don't wear pajamas to the airport, now people in protest are wearing pajamas to the airport?
Yeah, I know. I can hear my mom now, even still going, you're wearing that on the plane? Go back to your room. You know, that was the
Very
deal.
good. Thank you, Mike. That is a good one. The stewardess is still there, but a different iteration of this. Now, Henry likes this because he had a run-in over the weekend with someone demanding this or saying they would take it in lieu of cash.
Oh, yeah, a check?
Yeah. They wouldn't take cash?
No. Well, no, they would. It's just like, oh, do we have enough here? Because, Christmas trees are expensive.
How much was your tree?
$150.
Oh, Mike, wait a minute. That's it. Affordability crisis here. You guys paid $150 for the tree.
Yeah.
Oh, my God. I don't think I've ever paid over $100.
Really?
I'm not paying
because I was thinking like these prices have gone up insane since I was a kid.
Yes.
Like they got like a Charlie Brown tree out in the lot there, and I'm thinking like, man, this tree is the price of like the most expensive trees like 10 years ago.
$150.
Yeah, and I'm telling you, the cheapest one, like the Charlie Brown tree, the small one, no one wants, it's $110 still.
See, that's even more outrageous.
Yeah.
Yeah, you guys need better. We're going to find a cheaper tree than $150 here. Give us a call.
It's a very nice tree, though, I got to say.
But $150. Yeah. Roe would keep that up till March. Let's go to Scott in Delran. Scott, you're on Talk Radio 1210. Hi.
Hey, how you guys doing?
Good.
I want to say you have the best radio show on the station. Those morning guys seem like angry little men.
Well,
but I want to say...
Wait a minute. Greg Stocker's 6'2". We can't have that here.
Well, I don't know what to tell you. I never seen the guy. I just go by what I hear.
But if you don't see him now.
Yeah, exactly. Right. He is the Grinch. Yeah. Yeah, there you go. You're going to see him dip in here. So, Scott, what's your side today?
Using checks to pay your bills. I haven't written a check in 5 years. I got a drawer full of useless checks.
Yeah, that is a very good one. And Henry, that you were asked you could pay with a check.
Yeah, it was like, like, is there a card charge? And it's like, yeah, it's 3% or whatever.
Well,
and it's like, all right, I'll just give you cash. And it's like, we'll take check too. And I was like, check.
I have not. Look, I'm not going to take the time for Giordano Productions made it so I don't have to send checks. So that's the only thing I write a check for, as you know.
Mm-hmm.
There you go.
Yeah, literally.
And I like it, not Dom Giordano Productions, but Giordano Productions right in front of us. All right, someday we'll tell the tale what Giordano Productions is. A lot of producing that goes on.
Absolutely.
All right, we got coming up, Senator Dave McCormick at 1:40. He's touring I guess it's a charter school, not sure, in Philadelphia. And he's looking back on his first year in office. This guy has been involved in some of the biggest stuff imaginable toward Pennsylvania. Truly big. And to think Bob Casey Jr. came pretty close to winning. All right, so we got that, and we have Dr. Malone at 2:30. But we also have tomorrow night, just 1 day away, our next big Politics and Pints, a revolution of common sense. Scott Jennings has insight and defense of President Trump, second to none. I really want to get into with him his insight on the media. My lightning rounds. I'm leading off with Gavin Newsom. If you have another suggestion, you can hit me. Henry, who would you lead off with? I'm leading off with an attack one before I get to softer targets.
Is it on a politician or can it be anybody?
Anybody. I'll work it in there.
I would say like Van Jones, like Anna Navarro. Somebody goes with the CNN all the time. Somebody spars with.
He likes Van Jones.
Yeah, I know Van's his friend. Yeah, but it's like...
Anna Navarro's on here.
Oh,
Yeah,
all right, good, good.
But he won't be listening. I put affordability on here just to kind of jolt him and see what he says about it. It's a hoax, Tom. It's a hoax. Now, he won't say that. And President Trump in the Poconos at the Mount Airy Lodge.
Yeah.
Oh, my God. Trump in the Poconos. He's probably saying, get me out of
He
here.
doesn't seem like the type of guy that would have a mountain house.
Roe made us go to the Poconos once. And here's a question for you. When we have the Jersey Shore so close, why would you choose the mountains? I don't get it. I never have.
I agree with you. I'm not much of the mountains guy as much as I am the beach, but I get it to an extent a little bit. It's quieter, I'd say.
Yeah, it's quiet already.
Well, that's what people go for then. They don't want the hustle and bustle of, getting your spot on the beach and having all these people around you playing music probably.
Yeah, but it's the beach versus nothing. A bunch of deer running around.
You got the lake.
Oh, yeah. A lake versus, what the big attraction to me with the ocean? The waves.
Yeah. Oh, I agree. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, calm waters. I'm not there for that. A lake. Let's go to the lake.
Yeah, you're not a kayak type of guy.
Oh, my God. No. Get me picture kayaking. All right. 8-5. Dan, start rowing. 855-839-1210. You get on board. More calls coming up with Dom and Henry on Talk Radio 1210.
The price of gold has risen to $4,000 per ounce. There's never been a better time to sell your unwanted gold jewelry. Get immediate cash at our 5 days only buying event, December 15th through the 19th at the Holiday Inn on Penrose Avenue in South Philadelphia. Bring in your unwanted, broken, or forgotten gold jewelry, silver, coins, diamonds, and watches. You'll receive a free evaluation and get paid cash on the spot. No pressure, no obligation. Top dollar offers are being made all week long. If it's gold, bring it. Gold chains, rings, earrings, bracelets, charms, estate pieces, even single earrings and broken jewelry. There has never been a better time to sell your gold jewelry than this event. It's 5 days only, December 15th through the 19th from 10 to 5 at the Holiday Inn on Penrose Avenue in South Philadelphia. Don't wait. Clean out those jewelry boxes and turn your valuables into instant cash. Again, turn your old jewelry into instant cash. December 15th through the 19th at the Holiday Inn on Penrose Avenue in South Philadelphia. Sponsored by ImmediateCashForGold.com.
The good and bad with home improvement projects. The good, you save $1 or $2. The bad.
Kevin, there's no hot water.
So you move on to the car.
Kevin, what's with the car?
Good news, you can recover from these.
Kevin!
Well, most all of them. But when it comes to your retirement, a mistake can be devastating. Call Joe Yakovich at JML Financial Group. He's been helping folks prepare for retirement for over 30 years. That's why he's able to correct your do-it-yourself problems before they're problems. Get your complimentary assessment of where you are now and look at some of the retirement boxes you haven't even thought of.
Kevin!
You can't YouTube your retirement. Call Joe Yakovich at 856-925-6674 or visit jmlfinancialgroup.com. Securities and investment advisory services offered through Brokers International Financial Services, LLC, member SIPC. Brokers International Financial Services, LLC is not an affiliated company.
When your heater takes a holiday during the holidays, don't panic. Horizon Heating and Cooling's here. When you're juggling shopping lists, dinner parties, and who's picking up who at the airport, the last thing you want to hear is,
why is the heat not coming on?
No sweat. Call Horizon for our no emergency fee service and unbeatable savings. And right now, get up to $5,000 off a next-day HVAC system install plus flexible financing. Book horizonservices.com today.
Fall means football, and the ultimate game plan starts in your kitchen. At D&K Appliances, we carry winning brands like GE, Bosch, Wolf, and Sub-Zero. So whether it's game day grilling, chilling drinks, or post-game cleanup, we've got you covered. Family-owned with personalized service. D&K Appliances delivers, installs, and supports every play. Visit our showrooms in Newtown Square or Flowertown, or online at dkappliances.com. D&K Appliances, the dependable difference.
Do you
you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-830-4914. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-830-4914. That's 800-830-4914. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with, call Big Lou at 800-830-4914 or biglou.com. That's 800-830-4914 or biglou.com.
Okay, it is Dom time. So this week, Erica Kirk is going to be doing a town hall with CBS. I think it's on the 10th. So that's, thank God, can't conflict with tomorrow night with Scott Jennings. God. Erica Kirk with Barry Weiss, who's taken over the news department and other enterprises at CBS, of all places. I mean, this is shocking. So in place of that, Erica Kirk either tweeted out or did an interview. I think we had the sound of it, Henry. I don't know if we still have it, where she said that any number of young women who are not looking for a husband or do not have a husband, government becomes the husband. And single women voters, any number of them, in various presidential elections, we do have it. All right, so we'll hear it in her own words first, and I'll tell you what I'm thinking about this. Here's Kirk.
What do you make, I was going to ask you actually, what do you make of Mamdani here in New York? And the reason I ask is he was somebody who really actually was able to persuade the younger voter. I mean, he really captured, but obviously on the complete opposite end, if you will, of where someone like Charlie would have been.
You know, it's so interesting because I lived in Manhattan for a while and I loved this city. I'm going to come at this from a female voter because a high percentage of his voters were female. I think there's a tendency, especially when you live in a city like Manhattan, where, again, you are so career-driven and you almost look to the government as a form of replacement for certain things, relationship-wise even. So you see things a little bit differently. What I don't want to have happen is women, young women in the city, look to the government as a solution to put off having a family or a marriage because you're relying on the government to support you instead of being united with the husband where you can support yourself and your husband can support and you can guys all combine together. But I just find it so ironic and so interesting that a heavy percentage of the individuals that voted for him were female.
All right. Now, that's a little bit more nuanced. You hear what she said there. She's not attacking. It's pretty good. So what does the Twitter world, Twitterverse, what do they say? Aha. Erica Kirk did not get married until she was 32. Oh, my God. Oh, that is outrageous. What a hypocrite. 32. You know, I don't even know if you can make the comment. I mean, things happen. You bump into the right person. Things go right, etc. So, Henry, I thought I'd ask you, since you're nowhere near that as far as I can tell, what's the ideal age to be married?
Oh, man. 30.
30. I think 32.
Yeah.
But we're a little bit on the high side.
I would think so, yeah.
Yeah, but I think that's, given everything today, people live longer, everything else, more choices, women in the workforce, etc. And what's the over and under? You know, not that some marriages can't work, but today, if you're getting married, if you're under 22, I'm like, are you sure? I mean,
totally. I mean, that's any of them. Yeah,
all right, I'm starting
absolutely.
to ratchet up now. You're emboldening me. If you're under 23.
That's where I start thinking it's okay, because that's when I feel like the ones who are truly in love, maybe it's a high school sweetheart or you met in college or something.
Yeah, but by and large, you're frowning a bit.
No. I'm
no,
happy
okay,
for them.
23 we've settled in.
It's more like, my gosh, they're getting married? That's crazy.
Okay.
No, I'm not frowning at them. It's like, good for them.
All right, so they're trying to get Erica Kirk on the government remark, which is made before, but she made it in a more interesting way by saying, hey, honey, well, why did you wait until you were 32 then? And again, I don't know when they met. I don't know all the particulars of that, etc. But I don't think that's that much out of line with that comment. The comment's been made before. She made it in a little more nuanced way that we're not just talking about welfare. She's talking about in general. Why would they vote for a guy like this? Well, he's telling them, we're going to make New York affordable for you. Now, I really don't get living in New York long-term, the attraction to that, because you're going to be living in an apartment, right? It's impossible to imagine you're not. Is that attractive ultimately? Really? Is the excitement of that, it's that you're going to move away if you have kids anyhow. You're going to make that kid grow up in New York? Oh, my God.
Yeah, well, a kid in an apartment, I feel like
exactly.
too much.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So it's not going to be affordable. He's selling something. He's selling the New York thing to be affordable. But like it or not, they're onto something. Affordability is going to be the word going into the midterms, without a doubt. And the Trump people are doing a lot of things that I think are cutting down and making affordability real. But two big things. One, I think they can handle the housing thing. They at least have the background. The other is healthcare. So tomorrow night with Scott, my last segment with him, I divided it up because of his book. I like to have you get to know the guest the first segment. Then next, I called it Trump Traits. He talks about some of the premier traits that Trump has. One of them is curiosity. That's surprising that people would say that. I've seen it. He thinks out loud.
He does it all the time in his speeches. Something will occur to him. Be like,
yeah.
So.
We're sitting there. The time I was in the Oval Office, things are going great. This was the buttoned-up Trump. Suddenly, somebody mentions a dog, and he talks about this drug dog that was in the day before or something, showing what this dog can do, and he just goes off. Then 60 or 50 representatives are coming in trying to plead with him to put American troops in Syria. Well, we had no time for pictures. And they're going, sir, but these people are waiting. They have to wait. We have to take pictures. And one of them's Dan Crenshaw with the eye patch standing right next to me. I'm like, let me out of here. But no, the picture, looking down on the head, you can see the viaducts. It's unbelievable. So, yeah, Trump thinks out loud, is very curious, right in the middle of something. And I think that's a strength. I think that's how he came up with a no tax on tips and any number of things that were just sitting there and no one else came with them. So I'm planning to ask Scott about that tomorrow night. But affordability, the one they're going to have trouble with is health care. You have people like Jeff Van Drew out there pleading with Republicans. They got to do something on health care. The only thing they have that looks to me like it's going to pass is some extension of Obamacare. Now, I hate to say this, but if it means winning, I have to throw in for another year of Obamacare. What else are they going to come up with? What are they going to do? What I'm not throwing in for is what Brian Fitzpatrick is talking about. And he seems to be getting a lot of play. We played you what he said over the weekend, calling out Republicans. He said, we're going to put caps on it. Come on, Brian, $225,000 of family income, that's a cap? Are you kidding me? No mention of abortion for pro-life people. Don't want to pay for this. Also, he's talking at least 2 years. That's what he said this morning. So what should they do? What would be acceptable for you? The argument is a lot of MAGA people want that Obamacare. That's what's behind all this. And I think Jeff Andrew is saying that also. All right, Gary in Newtown. Gary, you're on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Gary.
Hey, Tom. Hey, Tom. How are you?
Good.
Fantastic show so far. I work with a lot of immigrants from Ukraine and Russia, and the law on the books is that our company wanted to bring them over, we would have to sign an affidavit that they were gainfully employed, and if they were fired or if they whatever, they would not be able to go on the government dole. Our company would have to foot the bill for them to live.
Right.
And that law's been around for like 100 years.
So I take your point. Are they refugees from what's going on in Ukraine?
No, they are not.
Okay.
I've been working with these people for 20 years. In order for, these were specific engineers, we'll call them radio engineers.
Okay.
Kind of like Wi-Fi.
Yeah.
And to bring them over, we had to sponsor them to come over.
Well, the same thing should happen with the Somalians because, Gary, 80%
Same thing should
on
happen
welfare.
to everybody.
Yeah, 80% on welfare, and they've been here, like it seems to me, 20, 25 years.
That's crazy.
Yeah, exactly. And it took this scandal to bring it up.
Yeah. Where's Doge now? Keep going. Keep finding, because it's not just there. That's for sure.
Exactly right. Exactly. What's your side today, Gary?
So the answer today, we can either blame Al Gore and we can blame Steve Jobs, because Al Gore invented the internet. Steve Jobs invented the smartphone. There are no adult video stores left to go to.
That is a really good one. Oh, it's almost like the guy with the Brazilian wax who won last week. No more adult videos. That's an outrage.
I love how he staged that. He's
Yeah,
blaming the
no
tech
more to go
billionaires.
to. Yes. Oh, man. Can you imagine going in there? Oh, God. Oh, thank you, Steve Jobs. 855-839-1210. That is how you get on board. That's the side question. Oh, I love Joe's. This is a good one. Oh, he's going to take me on the mountains. Come on. When you have the Jersey Shore, to me, you have it all. You just do. Why go anywhere else? Yeah, Italy's nice, but it's not North Wildwood.
What if I want to go hiking?
Yeah, there's plenty of hiking there. Come on. We got hiking going on. Hike in the sand. It's good. Builds up muscle. No, there's no allure like that. Come on. Mulligan's is not in the mountains. You couldn't find a Mulligan's there.
True.
Yeah. They're probably throwing darts or a deer or something. Come on. That's not true. Okay. 855-839-1210. You get on board. What should Republicans do? They got to do something. Fitzpatrick's right. I just don't like his something. Affordability. Let's go the Trump people now with the fuel standards. That's good. Remember the Ozempic. It's such a big deal. We're going to cut down on that, make that cheaper for you. Grocery store prices. I got off the Christmas tree thing, though, too. Is this a scam? Are they just trying to say, hey, affordability, everything costs more? Why are you paying $150 for a Christmas tree? Now, the place we went to last year, Henry, they actually had a device that cuts it, that it fits right into the stand.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know if you ever had a problem screwing it in. Oh, my God.
Yeah, we were going through the whole thing.
Oh,
yesterday.
yeah, hours later. But this place, and it's at a seafood place of sorts, they do it right there, right into the stand. You can't beat that. $150, though. I'm still not paying for that. The guy's going to have to come over.
I want to know what you're going to pay. I really do. Are you going to haggle?
Yeah, come on. That can't be. Give me that one over there. When Roe's not looking, I'll shift trees. Oh, no, Roe's going to get the best tree. You know that.
Course.
Of course, anything's possible. Is $150 a standard now for a new tree for Christmas? 855-839-1210. But they would take a check.
Mm-hmm.
I'm surprised that places would take it.
It's
why are you taking a check?
It's a mom and pop shop, too.
Yeah, but, that's a big hit to them if you Welsh on the check, right?
I don't know.
I don't know if I could say. I don't know if I could say Welsh anymore. Why did the Welsh get blamed for Welshing or Welshing, whichever one it is?
I don't even know what that is.
Yeah, well, it means not having the proper funds there.
Oh.
Yeah, 855-839-1210. Get in. My good friend, personal dental specialist and board-certified prosthodontist extraordinaire, Dr. Robert Bentz. I've been telling you about the news that's starting to settle in as we end the year and into the new year, and it is big because now at the Bentz Dental Center, there are 2 prosthodontists. Dr. Bentz's daughter, Dr. Emily Bentz, has successfully challenged and completed her board certification. Now, that's no small feat. That's why it's such a big deal. So now you have over 11 years of training and 33 years of experience between them. And this is in addition to Dr. Emily Bentz. She joins Dr. Bentz in providing the best and customized and innovative care for the most complex dental cases like mine, in addition to the exceptional general dentistry services provided by Dr. Sarah Cooley Bentz. So this is a dentistry family extraordinaire. So when you have an issue that requires highly specialized care, or you're looking for a dentist, or it's the end of the year and you still have some money on your dental plan and you want to do something to get started, you want to get a second opinion, I encourage you to do what I did. Call the Bentz Dental Group at 610-272-6949. Get that initial look-see right now, maybe over the holidays. 610-272-6949. Or visit their website at Bentz Dental Group. That's BENTZ dentalgroup.com.
Kale and Company weekday mornings 6 till 10.
CNN is trying to convince people that Trump's deportations are bad because Modelo and Corona sales are plummeting. Because you just assume that Mexican people drink Mexican beer. I like
love
Corona.
Mexican beer.
I love Corona.
I like Dos Equis, Modelo, Corona. You know why Modelo became #1 2 years ago in 2023? Do we need to do revisionist history here?
I was just going to say that.
Because Alyssa Heinerschneid thought sticking Dylan Mulvaney in a Bud Light ad,
right.
which was the #1 beer in America, tanked. And who took off? Modelo.
Yep.
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
To get this special radio offer, go to leaffilter.com/radio for your free gutter inspection today and get up to 30% off. That's leaffilter.com/radio for up to 30% off. leaffilter.com/radio. See representative for warranty details.
This is the sound of Claire, cooking dinner at home. And that's the sound of a fraud alert from Wells Fargo, flagging a charge for a pricey restaurant in Paris. Considering Claire isn't in Paris right now, that seemed odd to the bank and to Claire. 2 taps later, Claire says nope to the charge, and Wells Fargo is on the case. However you make money work, Wells Fargo can work with that.
Wells Fargo Bank, N.A., member FDIC.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-894-7722. That's 800-894-7722. Again, 800 894-7722.
Jim Cipriotti at Retire Ready Financial Group doesn't need Google to know you're worried about retirement. Between inflation, rising taxes, and the uncertainty about Social Security, he understands. That's why he offers a complimentary retirement second opinion. It's a no-obligation meeting for you to talk about your concerns about retirement. You want to know if you're going to be okay? Let's find out. 610-894-7415 or go online, retirereadyfg.com.
Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, NPN number 2083768.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. I've been talking about myself for all these years. Now it's time for you to hear from one of our great clients.
Investor Schooling lives up to the promises. Larry's a great teacher, teaches about the whole new approach to thinking about money. I've taken to heart many of the things that he's taught me, and my financial life has improved.
Come to Investor Schooling, and you could be just like Charlie and change your financial life. Go to investorschooling.com. We will see you Thursday.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
All right, Dom Giordano show. Really interesting Harris poll out. Favorable, unfavorable on big-name politicians across the country. And it tells me that no matter what you do, even if it's pretty good, you know, that you would think no one is that unfavorable towards you, you're still, well, I'll put it this way. The leader, Henry, is only at a +3 favorable versus unfavorable. Who do you think that might be? Yeah, oh, okay, you're on the phone. Okay. President Trump is at a -3. 45% favorable. Well, that doesn't add up. Maybe it's 4. 49% unfavorable. Elon Musk is only at a -3. J.D. Vance is at a column 40-40. Joe Biden is only at a -11. What? 39% see him favorably, 50% see him unfavorably. Marco Rubio is at a +3. Gavin Newsom is at a +1. AOC -5. Pete Hegseth -5. Mondani -2. Let's see. Chuck Schumer -16.
Yeah, that I would have said 20 there.
He's close to Maduro. Maduro's only at a -20. Maduro's got an 11% favorable. Putin is only -53. He's got a 13% favorable. We should follow the people that are voting favorably for Putin. All right, the number one who is at +3% here is RFK Jr. And I understand completely why. The people that are gaga over Robert Trump Jr., he is as popular. I mean, you can't mind the Maha movement. So today we have Dr. Robert Malone, who really is, at 2:30, the chief figure, I believe, on this new CDC panel on vaccines and the like. He'll be coming on because of this hepatitis B. I have a mixed thing with RFK Jr. I am so glad that he's got the power and he's pushing back on what's in our foods and all that. But running around saying autism, like with Tylenol, I'm not joining that crowd. I'm going to ask Dr. Malone all those questions at 2:30 today. You don't want to miss this one. And I have tried, Henry, from I thought I had him cornered way back when. I have some people very close there with RFK Jr. They thought it was a lock to get him on. I haven't given up. One of these days, we'll
It'll
have him
happen.
on.
I believe it.
I used to get him on pretty regularly. That's well before all this stuff. He has about the best favorability, and people are not really unfavorable toward J.D. Vance. It's mixed. I think then there's no opinion. That's why the numbers don't add up. But Trump isn't too bad. That's not bad. Netanyahu's a -10. Schumer is close to Maduro. Democrats love that Maduro. And Putin gets 13% positive. Wow. Unbelievable. Let me go to Joe in Columbus, Talk Radio 1210. All right, Joe, I didn't see you as a mountains guy. Come on.
Dom, I was playing a little devil's advocate. I mean, you wouldn't want to
spend a Friday into a weekend up at Shawnee, taking a little golf.
Yeah, but right away, you're taking a premier golf course and doing that and avoiding, you're in the Poconos. I could play golf at a great course and then go to the beach, Joe. Come on, Joe.
Well, I'll fess up, and it'll lead into my side answer.
Okay.
I'm a beach guy, too. And back in the day, we used to play that little beach blanket bimbo with all the hopes and goals in the world. So, my thought, we were kings back then, or we thought we were, until we got slapped down.
Yeah.
My side answer words, I don't even know if they exist anymore, and I think if they don't, I know why. Where there's bastions of hope and testosterone, you'd walk in, like I said, feeling like the king. More times than none, you'd walk out with your tails between your legs. But it never inhibited you from trying and trying again. And those are the singles bars. And I think they went by the wayside because of this silly online dating.
Joe, I couldn't agree more. And you would be a good mentor to guys. But you're in the huddle, Joe. You're telling them, look, you're going to go in, you're going to die 50 times out of 51. And these guys are going to bail out. They're going to say, we don't do that. We're going online.
But, Dom, it's still worse than the alternative, because I would tell them, for how much of a con artist you think you could be on a dating site, guess who you're going to meet? Another con artist. And I tell my boys, I keep saying dating, being the right person is a contact sport. You don't do it over a smartphone. You can't.
That's so right, Joe. And maybe advice about it. It's not hopeless. All the usual avenues. You know what? Whatever happened to people fixing people up with people? How did that go
I have thought about that time and time
What
again.
happened to it?
People don't have I feel like in shows and stuff, they're like, I got a friend I can fix you up with. That
Joe,
never happens.
back in the day, Ro, but back in the day, she would be with these other women on the phone. Then they would run through 20 people, and they're vetting them. It's like the pro draft. No, let's send this guy in,
Dom, you leave that to the women.
Yes.
But we always took that as an insult, We'll take your advice, but we could do this on our own, guys, girls. We could do this.
Maybe that's why it's dead.
We used to make those happy hour treks down to Cherry Hill at Club Enjante, full of hope and dream, and it was just a beautiful thing, Dom.
Joe, you should have been the promoter outside. Come in, the hopeless. Come in, there is hope.
bring your loss, bring your weak.
Thank you, Joe. That was a great call. That's so true. So, Henry, you don't like the fix-up, or you do?
I do like the fix-up.
I do,
it's
too.
non-existent.
Yeah.
That could be the answer to today's side question, the fix-up. I mean, I don't know of anyone saying, I got a friend at work. Oh, yeah, I got a friend.
Yeah, whatever happened. That was
week.
a sport for women, principally. Yeah. Yeah, guys are saying, well, wait a minute. If she's that good, maybe.
Yeah, and then maybe it's the people like Joe. It's like, I don't need any help. Maybe
exactly.
they're the ones who killed it.
All right. If there's anybody out there that knows how to fix it, you have to call us. It's usually women. All right. At 1:40, we're going to talk with Senator McCormick. Big article today challenging Governor Shapiro. Why won't he take the money in the big, beautiful bill so that kids can go to a good school? Not only that, Dave McCormick has been involved in some of the biggest stuff out of the entire year. And we have Mandami giving ICE evasion tips in a new video. We'll play you some of that with Dom on Talk Radio 1210.
Dan owed an unbelievable amount of money to the IRS.
I got behind on my taxes. It's a horrible feeling.
He was in denial.
And when I got those letters from the IRS, you wanted to act like they didn't exist.
Finally, Dan turned to Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima got me a settlement with the IRS. These people are really people-friendly. It was every bit of a new lease on life for me.
The fast action and the great results made Dan's head spin.
I felt like I was in a dream, but it's real, and I have paperwork to prove it. They got the job done, and life is good.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation.
If you're worried about what's going to happen with the IRS, stop worrying. Make the call now.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonihan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
To get this special radio offer, go to leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today and get up to 30% off. That's leaffilter.com/deal for up to 30% off. leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
Listen up, football fan. Ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. TNC Supply. And app only.
Hey, it's Nick, and the holidays have arrived, and it's time for entertaining those friends and family members. So why not change it up this year and dazzle your loved ones with top-of-the-line beef? Men, we love some great red meat. Omaha Steaks, that's your destination. They have USDA-certified tender steaks, juicy burgers, cozy and convenient comfort meals, and more. It's the Sizzle All-the-Way sale where you can get 50% off site-wide at omahasteaks.com. Plus, my listeners get an extra $35 off when you use the promo code NICK at checkout. Last year, I made my brother-in-law and sister succulent strip steaks, and they absolutely love them. Do the same for your family today. 5 generations of uncompromising quality is what you get with Omaha Steaks. They also offer amazing chicken, pork, seafood, and even desserts. Visit omahasteaks.com today for 50% off site-wide, plus $35 off your purchase when you use the promo code NICK at checkout. Sizzle all the way, only with Omaha Steaks. Get your holiday gifting done today, omahasteaks.com.
Eggland's Best, the only eggs with more fresh and delicious taste, plus superior nutrition. Eggland's Best. Better taste, better nutrition, better eggs. Weather sponsored by the Piazza Auto Group.
An Arctic air mass will continue to filter into the Delaware Valley today. It'll be mostly cloudy and breezy with a high temperature well below average at 34. Very cold tonight, partly to mostly cloudy, low 18 for the city, colder in the suburbs. And for Tuesday, continued cold, partly sunny with a high 34.
Volkswagen deal days are going on now at Piazza Volkswagen of Ardmore and Langhorne. Sign, then drive away in a new Tiguan, Taos, Atlas, or Atlas Cross Sport with available zero-down leases. Visit PiazzaVW.com for details or browse our extensive inventory.
Broadcasting live from the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, it is Dom time. 855-839-1210. It's a great answer from Joe. But you can top that. There's always a better one out there. Something that's declined, kind of like the Apollo program ended on that date in history. We're looking on Friday. Astronaut, an astronaut. Yeah, there's a million of, Sadly, that used to be, wow, this guy's an astronaut, should run for president. All right, Dave McCormick will be here at 2:10 today. Big editorial in today's Inquirer about just money going to kids so they don't have to go to these rotten schools. He won't say that. Look, I wouldn't. I'll say it. They're rotten. They will be. They have been rotten for 20, 30, 40 years. They're rotten today, and they will be rotten. They will always be rotten. I've taught. I know. I'm willing to debate anybody anywhere on that. Well, if you gave us $1 billion, it still would look nicer for a little while and still be rotten. Expectations, etc. You know what I'm talking about. All right. So this, Steve Bannon. Really, I've gotten him on the show before several times. I'm not sure if he's somebody to bring on, but he is right about something. He's talking to President Trump is in this alliance with the techno gods. And one part of me gets it that we have to beat China with artificial intelligence. But Bannon talks about the fact, what's the downside of that? The job loss and the things that are going to happen. And he coined the term the broligarchs. You know, this tech bros guys, the broligarchs. Now, I'm not going to give him credit once. I'm going to be saying it many times. It really trips off the tongue instead of the oligarchs. Or how does Bernie pronounce it? The oligarchs. Or
broligarchs.
Yeah, the broligarchs. Bernie, start using that. They're very effective. And this Harris poll is interesting. It tells me that J.D. Vance has a shot to be the next one up in that he has a zero unfavorable, net zero, favorable, unfavorable. That's not so bad, given the rest of it. But the one who's the star, and I think he's going to run for president, by the way, in 2028, I would take a bet on that right now, is RFK Jr. Would you vote for RFK Jr. as president? We're going to start to be asking that. When people take a look at who are the people, I think Trump is leaning toward Marco Rubio. I mean, think about this. Remember in 2016 race what they were doing? What they were comparing the size of? Trump and Marco Rubio. And Rubio has been stellar. Scott Jennings, our big event tomorrow night, writes a lot about Rubio and how effective he is and how well he gets along with Trump. Get those tickets at 1210WPHT.com, and you want to get the meet and greet part, which is going to be fabulous tomorrow night over at the Colonial. But he writes glowingly about Marco Rubio. And I think Trump favors him potentially over Vance. Vance has Don Jr. in his camp. Would Trump throw his weight behind Marco Rubio? But what about RFK Jr.? He's the leader here. He's got the base of people. Is the other side so ferociously opposed? Yeah, I think they are. But there's so many other targets, they haven't really come after him. Let's go to Robert in Ben Salem on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Robert.
Hey, Don. It's good to talk to you today. I hope you're doing well.
Yeah, thank you, Robert.
The 150 for a tree, I would rather pay 25 for an axe and go get one myself, to be honest with you.
That's outrageous. 150. And Henry and his dad just writing checks out there. We'll take a check for that. My God.
And I think the singles bar has been replaced by the sports bar. As I go around, I see a lot of sports bar that has a lot of younger people there hanging out and doing what we used to do in singles bars.
Well, let me ask Henry on that. At least Eagles fans, Henry, in sports bars. A lot of women.
Yeah, oh, totally.
Yeah, well, there you go. That's a singles bar. No?
No.
Well, you're suspect of their sports knowledge, maybe. That's
no, it's just not everyone's single. I've never heard the term singles bar like being used by anyone my age.
Okay.
God, I feel so old now. I would just like an audit of the $4.8 trillion that Democrats spent over the last 4 years, because I'm not seeing a whole lot of construction, updates to infrastructure, but I am seeing a lot of Democrats lining their pockets. I'm seeing every movement they have out there with brand new signs and brand new choreographed themes, and they've been pimping us for 5 years, and we need to do an audit of every dime that they spent. Thank you, Brian Fitzpatrick, when they did all that money. You know what I mean?
I think Doge, Robert, was that. And Scott Jennings gives glowing marks to Doge. I don't. I think it got bad PR because of the way they went about it. But the instinct to do it was right. Was Elon Musk the right guy? Look, he's a genius. But is he the right guy in the PR wars that go on with it? Why was it stopped? It was unearthing billions of dollars.
I don't know. I don't think it matters who your messenger is. Any good message gets corrupted in D.C.
It shows
no matter
you how difficult it is to beat them. You got a guy who was ferocious, and then you have Trump, too, and they had trouble keeping it going. That's how bad D.C. is. You're right.
And they finally try to hold Democrats accountable, and the judges are blocking them every step of the way. They didn't have one complaint about Jack Smith when he went after Trump. Not one judge said anything. Oh, okay, I'll stop. Now I'm listening to the answers, and I can identify with some of them, but I think I wanted to get back to something a little more innocent, okay? What I used to love when I was a kid, I saw Star Wars there, I saw Chariots of Guys there, was the drive-in theater. They had little carnivals in front. You could go in and hook up them speakers up to your window, even lay on top of the car, and it was a whole different world. And I really miss that, you know what I mean? And I wish I could take my kids to one.
Well, I think there's still a few out there, Robert. Now, they're in the hinterlands, I think, though. They're still out there.
Oh, okay.
A couple, yeah.
But not at the beach, right?
Thank you. Yeah, that's where they're going to go if you go to the Pocono. Oh, we got drive-in movies. We don't need them at the beach.
They should bring that back, especially
The
at
drive-in.
the beach.
Yeah. I think there's a bunch of them in like central Pennsylvania. Is where you find.
Oh, they're they're out.
They're
there.
still out there. Yeah, a bit. Okay, Newman Price. Let's go to Newman in Jenkintown. Hey, Newman.
Hey, Dom. Hope you guys are doing well today.
Thank you. Thanks for the call.
How do I follow Joe and Robert? That's like, that's really stacking it there. So I'll jump right to the answer. Actually, before I do that, don't forget there are places where the mountains meet the beach.
Yes.
So don't cross those off. My answer to the side question is, believe it or not, it's still around. It was started in 1953. Used to be in just about every home imaginable, and that's the TV Guide.
That is a great one. Yes, just think of how ancient that sounds. That Seinfeld episode.
I was talking with
is
Newman
one of
on
my-
the phone
yeah.
about that. Yeah.
That guy, what makes Seinfeld are the bit characters that were in there, too. The top 10 other, or supporting characters. Costanza.
Frank Costanza.
Yeah, Frank Costanza is number one. You can't beat that. I don't care how good you are, how different. The Soup Nazi I had in studio once.
Oh, yeah.
And he didn't even knew his name was the Soup Nazi for the final thing. That guy was out of centric. But Frank Costanza, particularly playing off the wife, Estelle.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's perfect. You can't beat them. All righty, phone lines, 855-839-1210. That's the side question today. And is RFK Jr., he's going to run for president in 2028. I don't think J.D. Vance has an easy path to this because I'm not convinced President Trump sees him as the guy. In fact, I think he more sees Marco Rubio, and that is one of the strangest. Scott Jennings makes this point. Trump reminds me of Steinbrenner, George Steinbrenner. Remember how many times he would bring Billy Martin back or Darryl Strawberry? Trump brings people back. I'm predicting that before the end of the term, Marjorie Taylor Greene will be back in some way, shape, or form. Jennings sees that, as ferocious as he is with those, say, on the left, or Rosie O'Donnell. Trump does stuff that brings people back again and again and again. You'll get that tomorrow night. The great Scott Jennings, our next Politics and Pints, one of our favorite things to do. Just get your tickets now at 1210WPHT.com. You will get the limited edition tree ornament and the book, which I finished and have annotated to death, A Revolution of Common Sense. That's what Jennings talks about. Worth the price of admission. Just the first time he comes into the Oval Office, the first time I think he met Trump. And in the Oval Office, I've been there. The Trump experience there, when he says, come on over here, Mary Walter. Here's where I put the dictators in this chair. And you're saying to yourself, this is the president of the United States. Oh, my God. And then you're off to the races from there. All right. Time stands still, Henry. I look up and it's like 50 minutes later and you're just sitting on the couch wondering what the heck will happen next. Who might come in? Tyson might come in. Instead, I'm sitting next to Dan Crenshaw for 5 minutes. All right. Phone lines. All right, 855-839-1210. Jump on board. First, though, let me remind you, imagine actually feeling merry, bright, and genuinely healthy this holiday season with Rescue. That feeling starts now. Going on today, the Deck the Halls sale lets you save up to 78% on high-quality, research-backed natural supplements so you can feel your best and enjoy every festive moment ahead. For over 40 years, Rescue Natural Supplements has been the trusted wellness partner for millions of folks and their families across the country. Formulas are crafted with purity, potency, and real science behind every capsule. That's why customers rely on Rescue for their essentials: powerful omega-3s, doctor-recommended cholesterol support, gentle and effective pain relief, advanced probiotic blends, and natural age-defying formulas that keep you vibrant from the inside out. So this season, give yourself the gift of feeling good. Stock up, save big. Step into the holidays with the confidence that comes from supplements made with integrity and backed by decades of results. Ordering is easy. Just go to res-q.com, res-q.com. Your product consultant can also be reached at 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483, or online, res-q.com for up to 78% off this entire holiday season.
My brother-in-law died suddenly, and now my sister and her kids have to sell their home. That's why I told my husband we could not put off getting life insurance any longer. An agent offered us a 10-year, $500,000 policy for nearly $40 a month. Then we called SelectQuote. SelectQuote found us identical coverage for only $18 a month, a savings of nearly $300 a year.
Whether you need a $100,000 policy or a $10 million policy, SelectQuote could save you more than 50% on term life insurance. In a hurry? Don't worry. With SelectQuote, you can get up to $2 million in instant, affordable, same-day coverage with no medical exam.
Call SelectQuote at 1-800-637-9116. That's 1-800-637-9116. Or go to SelectQuote.com. That's 1-800-637-9116.
Full details on example policies at SelectQuote.com/commercials.
As the holidays arrive, Bucks County Estate Traders is grateful for you, their customers who believe that furniture should have character, history, and heart. Every piece they carry has a story, and they love helping it become part of yours. If you're looking to finish a room, warm up a space, or find that perfect focal point, you'll discover it in their Hatfield showroom. Bucks County Estate Traders, helping you create a home that feels uniquely yours. Visit BucksCountyEstateTraders.com, open 7 days a week.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-941-2255. That's 800-941-2255.
Hey, I'm Mike Slater. My dad passed away at the age of 63. It's out of nowhere. Had a stroke. Super hard, obviously, for the whole family, but my dad had life insurance. This is why I have life insurance for my family, for my wife and 4 kids. And the best place to get life insurance is ethos.com because you can do it in 10 minutes. And there's no medical exam and no blood test, just a few health questions. Get life insurance in 10 minutes so your family is protected. Ethos, E-T-H-O-S, ethos.com/life.
Do you know the best kept secret to keeping warm this winter? Heat holders. They make the warmest thermal socks, 7 times warmer than normal socks, and yes, they make perfect gifts. That same proven warmth is also in their hats, gloves, base layers, pajamas, even blankets and vests. Great for chilly days and chilly nights too. Go to heatholders.com. Use the code DAWN1210 to get 15% off your order and free shipping with orders over $25. That's heatholders.com and use the code DAWN1210 for 15% off.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
No strike for now. SEPTA's subway, trolley, and bus drivers are working today while SEPTA and the union return to the bargaining table. Delaware County Council hearing from residents on the proposed 19% property tax increase. And the movie One Battle After Another tops the Golden Globe nominations.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime.
Our entry-level data plans start at just $20 a month. And for a limited time, switch and get your second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you and get your second month free today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional details.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband Ryan died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ETHOS.com/radio.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
You can now tune in to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
All right, we get the message. There you go. All right, something like the Apollo program, Henry and I noticed it went away pretty much on Friday. It was this day in history. Okay, that's what we're looking for. Some fabulous answers on that. We're going to talk with Dave McCormick. What a year it's been for him. He has been a prime guy nationwide. But more importantly, he's visiting a Philadelphia. I think it's a charter school today. I have it somewhere here. And making the case with Josh Shapiro, why will he not tell people, yes, he's going to take the money that's out there in the big, beautiful bill. He has teams of lawyers. He's a lawyer. Why does this guy get to delay? What is the magic of this guy with these pundits? You know, when I do Inside Story, any number of people there, it's just magical with them. This guy's got to be president. Well, he's not even on the national radar yet, but Stacey Garrity is going to fight the good fight on this, and this is a race that we have to do at least well in. Because this guy is determined to take out the four Congress people, Republicans that are seen as, quote, vulnerable in Pennsylvania, to give them a notch on the presidential belt. So it's another reason to do that. All right, so far on the affordability look, though, I asked the question about the Henry and the $150 tree. Have you seen anything else this holiday season where you go, that's just ridiculous? And President Trump, on my mind, coming to Pennsylvania tomorrow on affordability. We know housing they might be able to handle, but how do you handle health care? And I just think Brian Fitzpatrick is going bridges too far. Is it just to curry favor with his district? Why does he have to be the focal point of calling out other Republicans and saying he wants at least a 2-year extension of Obamacare? I know when he comes on, he's going to say, well, to stop fraud in his plan, they would charge $5 a month you have to pay. That's $60 a year. I mean, they're bringing in all kinds of money with fraudulent people. I would just check in Minnesota. How many of them are getting Obamacare and not using it? They're on welfare and everything else. Stephen Miller, though, calling it out, saying upwards of 80% of people from Somalia are on welfare. I'm looking at a story from Maine. A man from Somalia came to America, started a nonprofit, and opened a multi-million-dollar migrant care service agency. He's getting over $5 million a year from American taxpayers, being given no-bid contracts from Maine Governor Janet Mills. Remember her challenging the president? And is building a military in Somalia. He has been funneling money back to Somalia to build a military there. Quote, the guy is running a migrant service agency that bills Maine Care, which is what we call Medicaid, about $5 million a year. He raised the money in the U.S. to buy weapons, munitions, and supplies for paramilitary forces in Somalia. Maine is another place, not as bad as Minnesota, but it's getting there. Upside of this, tremendous fodder for the Trump campaign administration as we head into the midterms. Tremendous, because this is the issue. New York Times over the weekend, big piece. The Biden people both ignored, they were aware of it, how bad the storming the borders crisis was, and they said they were too busy with other things. That was their excuse. Now, that's not it, New York Times. They wanted it. It's not just they were too busy and it was inconvenient to do anything about it. They wanted it. They got what they wanted. And President Trump got what he wanted. America said, fix this, stop it, never let it happen again. And oh, by the way, deport any number of people. Going to play, we have that Brian Kilmeade cut, right, Henry? I think it was one of the last ones. I'm going to play Kilmeade, and I love Brian Kilmeade. But on this, I think he's wrong. He's saying we're going to lose the midterms if people that are Hispanic view ICE as deporting people who are not criminals. Well, wait a minute. There's a lot of criminals here, criminal aliens. But there's a lot more people who don't belong here, came in during Biden, and all the difficulty that creates. I'll play it for you. We got Dom's Money Melody for a big prize today. All that going on Talk Radio 1210.
Pump up your energy savings with the new Bradford White Aerotherm G2, the only hybrid electric heat pump water heater manufactured in America using the finest components from around the world. It's a Bradford White, so it's built to be the best for years of reliable performance, top efficiency, and energy savings. Plus, rebates and tax credits could save you thousands more. How you heat your water matters. So ask your plumbing pro about the Aerotherm heat pump water heater and visit BradfordWhite.com to learn more.
Gold is over $4,000 an ounce. If you've got gold or silver just laying around, Estates Roadshow wants it, and they are paying top dollar on the spot. Broken chains, old rings, coins, watches, diamonds, vintage jewelry. If it's valuable, they're buying it. Just walk in, get a free appraisal, and walk out with cash in your hand. Also, they're buying pre-1964 silver coins, flatware, sterling silverware, stamped 925, coin collections, gold, silver, foreign, and domestic. Plus, they've been in business over 35 years with thousands of prior happy customers. Licensed, bonded, state-certified scales, highest tech equipment, employees with GIA certifications. Estates Roadshow is happening 5 days only, Monday through Friday in Chestnut Hill at the Chestnut Hill Hotel and in Broomhall at the Fairfield Inn. Gold is hot right now, so get yourself some cash for the holidays. Go to estatesroadshow.com. estatesroadshow.com.
Hi, I'm Joe Mederchin, PNC Bank Regional President. As presenting sponsor of the Eagles Radio Network, PNC Bank loves an exciting game. But we also think a little boring can go a long way. You see, boring banking means you're doing the right things. That is why PNC leaves a third and long to the professionals. Reliable fiscal strategies are more in our zone anyway. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank, National Association, member FDIC.
Now is the season for finding a new Toyota at Tri-County Toyota. Right now during Toyotathon, lease a new 2025 RAV4 LE all-wheel drive for just $299 a month for 39 months. Or buy and get 4.7% financing for 72 months. Or check out a new 2025 Tacoma 4-wheel drive double cab SR5 and lease for $229 a month for 39 months. Or get rates as low as 2.99% per 48 months. Visit us online at TriCountyToyota.com to see more.
B101 is spreading holiday cheer throughout Philly. Tune in for the soundtrack to your Christmas season, featuring all the holiday songs you love. Christmas music all day, every day, only on B101, Philly's official Christmas station.
Hugh Douglas here. Make your tailgate holidays count with Jack Daniel's Tennessee Whiskey at your local fine wine and good spirit stores. You can save $3 on 1.7-liter bottles of Jack Daniel's Tennessee Whiskey, along with Tennessee Honey and Fire. Also take advantage of additional holiday savings with $2 off Gentleman Jack 750s and the new Jack Daniel's Coca-Cola Variety 6-pack of ready-made drink cocktails in a can. Stock up now at your local fine wine and good spirit stores this holiday season. Celebrate responsibly.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
All right, it is Dom time. All right, buddy George, this guy really knows central Pennsylvania. Robert says Shankweiler's is the family that runs it, and Becky's are two drive-in theaters in the Lehigh Valley near Allentown.
All right.
It's not that far away from Ben Sam. Well, I don't think it is. There are two right there that still do. It's seasonal, so I don't know. It's a little chilly right now.
I wouldn't be doing it tonight.
Yeah, no. Sure. So I'd be looking for warmer climes before you do it. Okay, 855-839-1210. We're going to talk with Dave McCormick, Senator McCormick, coming up, and Dr. Robert Maloney, or Malone. What am I saying? Maloney?
Malone.
He's
Italian now.
Yeah, he's Italian. I made him Italian. He is the principal guy on the vaccine panel of RFK's vaccine panel. He was the one calling the names the other day on the big vote on hepatitis B, which is not just about that. It's the first shot fired on what's going to happen with vaccines and vaccine knowledge. He's the principal guy. You may have heard of before. You'll get him today at 2:30. Got a great side question going on. And I mentioned right before the break, Brian Kilmeade. Here's Kilmeade this morning. He's cut 27. Yikes. I gave you 28 cuts. What the heck's happened? Oh, one of them, make sure we show it, is Gavin Newsom.
Oh, yeah.
With a new way. You know, Jesse Waters says, don't cross your legs. Now, I'm on stage tomorrow night, Henry. And you know, I don't know why, but my legs feel a little bit heavy just with feet on the floor. I don't know if you ever get that.
No, not really.
No, you never crush your leg.
Feet to the floor. No, I'm not.
How about not your leg, but your ankle to the thing?
The ankle, yeah, I'll do ankles.
Okay,
yeah,
that's what I do.
Okay.
But Gavin Newsom, my God, I wish I could put that on the big screen tomorrow night.
Way too much. Yeah.
Way too much. We'll show that, youtube.com/1210.
The social media response to it, too.
Oh, God, he's killing himself in a vital area. My God, how could he sit like that? Here's Kilmeade, though. He warns the GOP could lose elections as Hispanics feel they have been broadly targeted by ICE. Brian Kilmeade.
So, you know, it helps to have a Republican governor, but you don't have a Republican mayor, but she does seem reasonable. But the problem is the protests and the hounding of the ICE agents make it extremely tough to do the job.
Well, it's going to be happening more because you probably saw the video yesterday of Zoran Mamdani, who's going to be the next mayor, who is not a Republican. He's a socialist here in New York. And he released this video on X offering advice to illegal immigrants on how to evade ICE. Listen.
Double and triple down on sanctuary cities.
Yeah. I guess my problem is not him offering advice to citizens. It's that you're not keeping your promise when you said that you want the criminals to leave. And that's what the message from Democrats, they got to shift their focus to cooperation with getting rid of the criminals out of the country. Okay, the other people that you feel like should have a pathway, maybe you can discuss that with the White House. But at the very least, there has to be a plan to say, okay, this person is raping people. They got to go. This person is a murderer. This person is wanted. This person has a DUI. We're going to turn those people over. I haven't heard any Democrat say, Mr. President, we're going to help you turn those people over and get them out of the country.
Brian, he went on to say that ICE can't enter your private spaces like your home, your school, or your private area like your workplace without a warrant signed by a judge. He said, if you're being detained, you can ask, am I free to go? You heard him say that. ICE can legally lie to you, he says. He said, you have the right to keep your door closed. Stand up and know your rights.
Right. For Mamdani to do this is totally in your face to people that were worried that he was going to be working with Trump. I think that was to his community. But here's the nuance. The nuance is there's an election in Miami right now. Right. And for the first time in decades, it looks like a Democrat who could win. And that is a very Hispanic community. And the whole redistricting in Texas was if the president continues to make gains with the Hispanic community. Some of them are misreading the aggressive tactics of ICE and taking it on the whole Hispanic community, and they feel as though they've been too broadly targeted. And that's why the president's numbers are coming down with Hispanics. That's why Tom Homan's got to get together with Kristi Noem and find out whose policy is going to work. Because they have an election, a midterm election. Things aren't going to go good for anybody's mission on the Republican side if they lose the Hispanic vote or nullify, negate some of the gains that they've worked so hard to make. So they got to figure out a policy that goes for the criminals, the people that are abusing their visa, and leaves the people that belong here.
Well, again, Brian just completely choking at the end. Yeah, abusing the visa, criminals. What about the people that are here illegally? Is that what he's saying? That's what I'd asked him. That's what he seems to be saying to me. He's saying going after them more broadly. That's what Trump was elected on. So, criminals and all that, maybe 1 million, who knows? Abusing the visa and all that. But the others that have been here, what about them? All right, Dave McCormick. Senator McCormick is next with a whole lot that first year to talk about on Talk Radio 1210.
Cancer. If you've been diagnosed recently, it doesn't have to be as devastating as it may seem. Chances are you didn't just get cancer recently. What you need to do is visit the team at Innovative Medical Associates. Dr. Molly Fantasia, the PhD doctor and founder of Innovative Medical Associates, has helped hundreds over the years with her unique hydration protocols geared specifically to cancer support. The team is comprised of Dr. Molly Fantasia and her doctors, plus her outstanding nursing staff. With almost 30 years in practice, Innovative Medical Associates can help you navigate the journey through cancer and beyond. To set up your initial complimentary consultation, contact Innovative Medical Associates at 856-489-0505, 856-489-0505, or visit their website, innovativemedicalassociates.com. That's innovativemedicalassociates.com. Make that appointment, and you'll be on your way to treating cancer as only Innovative Medical Associates knows how.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli here with my friend Matt from Emmons Roofing and Siding. When it comes to protecting your home, you need a roofer that you can trust to do the job right.
That's why at Emmons, we're not just another contractor. We're your neighbors who've built our reputation on honesty, craftsmanship, and superior customer service.
Well, take it from me. Whether it's a roof repair or a full replacement, siding, windows, or doors, Emmons delivers long-lasting protection and peace of mind.
The most expensive project is the one you do twice, so call us today at 856-556-3229 or visit callemmons.com.
At Citizens, we help make sense of your money and all your money questions.
Should I pay down my debt or start an emergency fund?
Is now the right time to start saving?
How can I move my financial goalposts even an inch?
Can money actually buy happiness?
What's it take to live like a royal in Queen Village?
Whatever money questions you have, Citizens has the answers. Make sense of your money at citizensbank.com/made-ready. Member FDIC.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. How many times are you going to listen to my voice before you finally go to investorschooling.com? I can't believe you haven't signed up for a class yet. You're going to learn real estate investing. You're going to learn stock options trading. You're going to learn things about money that you didn't even know existed. Go to investorschooling.com right now. Oh my goodness. This Thursday, investorschooling.com, and take that free class. See you there.
You're a winner this winter when you play Borgata's Winning Wonderland. From now through December 27th, earn entries in slot and table games for your stake in over $1 million in prizes, including 2 Mercedes G550s, each valued at over $170,000. Drawings take place every Saturday, with grand prize drawings on November 29th and December 27th. For details, visit theborgata.com. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey, Hatboro. Tell your smart speaker deployed. 1210 WPHT.
All right, welcome in, Dom Giordano Show. Of course, we'll have Dom's Money Melody, but first, we have a guy that has had an outstanding and very significant first year in office. Senator Dave McCormick joins us on Talk Radio 1210. Senator, I'm glad to see that review of the first year. Thanks for joining us today.
Hey, Dom. How are you, my friend?
Very good. I wanted to start with your visit to Philadelphia. Tell us about the school you chose to visit today and why.
Well, it was an incredible visit. I was there to talk about school choice, and we had in the big beautiful bill, the Working Families Tax Cut Act, we had a provision for school choice, which essentially gives a $1,700 tax credit to anyone who donates to school choice programs. And so that was passed by the House and the Senate, and it was signed by the President, and that's going to be rolled out next year. And it's going to be an incredible opportunity to give great school options to every single Pennsylvanian. And so I visited today one of the beneficiaries of this, which was the St. Helena of the Incarnation School in Philadelphia. And I got to tell you, an absolute inspiration. You got families there, most of whom would be in the public school system otherwise, which is failing them. And you had engaged parents and great kids talking about bright futures. It was a very inspiring day.
Yeah, you would think who could be against that, Senator, but let me take the gloves off against my colleagues in the media. I blame them more than Josh Shapiro for not giving an answer. You would think we know everything about this. There's nothing hidden about this. It's not going to take away, as you said in today's Inquirer, from the public schools or anything else. In fact, in some instances, it might give some money toward it. And yet Josh Shapiro has no answer on whether he's going to accept this, as I understand it.
Yeah, that's right. And this op-ed was to basically say, listen, this is a great thing for Pennsylvania, but we got to choose. we got to lean into it. We've got about through the great incentive programs we already have in Pennsylvania, we've got about $600 million a year that goes to school choice. This program at the federal level, if people invest in this through making philanthropic donations that they get a tax break for, this could be another $900 billion in Pennsylvania. That's not going to take a single dollar away from the public schools, but give parents choice. And the one thing that no one can disagree with is our schools are failing our kids. The second thing no one can disagree with, I mean, by any measure, all the test scores are getting worse, not better. The second thing people can't disagree with factually is that we already have school choice. Rich people can send their kids wherever they want. So the failing schools disproportionately affect poor kids. They disproportionately affect people of color. So if the American dream is to give opportunity, equality of opportunity to everybody, this is the way, man. This is the path. And that was what we were talking about today.
And this is a governor who came close, at least on paper, I'll give him that. A child of God statement in the one budget came close to actually doing something meaningful. So here should be a no-brainer for him, Senator, to sign off on this because we just, in the current budget, they just put in record monies for the public schools.
Yeah, absolutely. It should be a no-brainer for our governor. And frankly, it should be a no-brainer for any governor.
Right.
And what we're seeing here, you know, we keep talking about this race for leadership in the world with China, AI and energy and so forth, which I fully believe we're in the middle of. But there's also another race going on. It's a race with Tennessee and Georgia and Arkansas and Florida and Texas. And what we got to realize is that capital and talent, they're like water. They go on the path of least resistance. So if we don't have an environment where we've got great kids coming out of our schools and able to perform and learn key skills, then Pennsylvania is going to continue to lag. And what's happening is other states across the country are embracing school choice. They are, after seeing how devastating the public schools were during COVID, they are embracing this idea. So if Pennsylvania wants to give opportunity to all its kids, and if Pennsylvania wants to stay in the lead in terms of a place where people are going to want to invest, we got to get this thing turned around. And school choice is the way to do it. And this legislation, listen, I've been in the Senate for a year. One of my proudest things was to be the co-sponsor of this legislation and then able to, be part of something that got signed into law that can help Pennsylvanians right now.
You're the perfect guy for it on that because what you've been driving in Pennsylvania. Also, though, you can reach across the aisle. You and John Fetterman, it's historic seeing that play out. So, what is it in your theory then with Governor Shapiro? It seems like you two would talk. You're both guys that are in very prominent in this, and this is a no-brainer. What's the objection, if you had to boil it down? Where's the objection on this from anybody? I mean, he's the decider, right, Dave? Josh Shapiro will be the decider. He's the decider. Yeah. What's the objection?
He's the one who decides. Well, I don't want to speak for his objections. He hasn't said he's going to do yet. But what the objections in general are is that if you have school choice, it's going to take away money from the public schools. No, this is all additional money. Second is that these non-public schools are not accountable. Well, actually, what we have is public schools that have been held accountable, which have failed us. And the accountability that's created with school choice is choice. Parents can move their kids wherever they want. You know, I just did, as I said, I just did this tour. You know, the cost of these schools is quite extensive. It's up to $10,000 a kid. This is for preschool to eighth grade. $2,000 of that is paid by the parents. $8,000 of that's paid by scholarship money. So if we want to have kids across Philadelphia and across the Commonwealth have this option, we're going to need a lot more money. And this choice creates competition and accountability. The third thing is bad for teachers. Listen, I'm the son of two public school teachers. I went to public school myself. I'm pro-teacher, man. We got to have great teachers. They made the difference in my life. But teachers need great schools. And right now we're investing in failing schools as opposed to investing in succeeding schools, winning schools, and great teachers. And so those are the objections. I don't think they have much merit, to be honest with you. I think the teachers' unions are dragging their feet, and more than dragging their feet, they're fighting for their life because they think this puts them at risk. And you know what? It's not about them. It's about the kids. And if we can do great things for kids, opportunity for everybody, it's going to be great for Pennsylvania and great for every family.
Now, you started to take a look back, and we kind of intersected here with your first year. What's the biggest moment? Was it all that firepower coming together with President Trump here in Pennsylvania, or was it something else?
You know, that was that Energy and Innovation Summit, which was such a catalyst for investment, $90 billion, and, you know, the president's cabinet, and he came, and Governor Shapiro was there, of course, and Senator Fetterman. It was a huge day. But, you know, I may surprise you. The day that really hit me most, I think, just most memorable, was being in the White House when Mark Fogel arrived after being released from that Russian prison. And, you know, his mom was 95. I met her on the campaign trail. I promised her I'd work hard on getting Mark home. And she came to our house, my wife and I, in Squirrel Hill, and sat with us and cried. And she said, you know, I'm afraid I'm never going to see my son. I'm going to die. She was 95. She is 95 years old. I'm going to die before seeing my son. And please do everything you can. And being there to see him step out of that, he stepped out of a car at the White House, and he had a flag wrapped around him, and I had never met him, and he came up to me and said, my mom told me all about you, and thank you for having her to your house in Squirrel Hill, and thank you for your help. Of course, President Trump and lots of other people were deeply involved. Yes. I'm not taking credit for it, but I was part of it, and it was just a teared up moment. Dean and I were standing there, and we just felt like we were part of something really special.
Well, it has been a special year, a year of accomplishment. When you ran, we were talking about Pennsylvania deserves a front bench, not the back benchers. You've delivered on that. Upcoming, is it next week that you get into, or this week? It's a little bit unclear. Where's Dave McCormick? What are you looking at on health care, at least in broad terms? Where are you on that as we end the year?
Well, you know, in a nutshell, we've got a desperately failing system of Obamacare, the Affordable Care Act. 15 years ago, it promised lower prices, it promised greater access, and it promised improved quality. A dismal failure on all three. And so we're going to, you know, even though the Democrats and President Obama created this mess, I think Republicans and Democrats are going to have to work to fix it. That's not going to happen in the next month. So, but we got to create space to do that. And one of the challenges, of course, is you're referring to are these COVID subsidies, which were additional money given to healthcare companies, healthcare insurance companies during COVID. And right now those end at the end of this year.
Right.
And in the case of a number of people, their premiums are going to go way up, working families. But the current subsidies are broken. So the current subsidies, if you were making $500,000, you could still get a subsidy for your health care. So my view is the Democrats are proposing a ridiculous thing, which is a 3-year extension as they stand. My opinion is we should shorten that duration. We should reform this and put significant income caps that would be much, much lower. And then we got to root out a lot of the fraud. There's an automatic re-enrollment every year, which just is rife with fraud. So I would reform it. I'd extend it. I'd make sure that working people, if you're a family that makes $50,000 a year and your health care premiums go up by $200 a month, that's a backbreaker. You can't do that. So we got to help working families. We got to reform it. We got to do it for a short amount of time, and then we got to get back to work on reforming healthcare in a way that gives more choice, health savings accounts, much more transparency, more competition, and tries to get bending the curve on this. Right now we spend 3 times more on per individual in America than any industrialized country in the world, and we got a mortality rate of 72. So a male average death in America from a man is 72, and in other developed countries it's in the 80s or 90s. So we've got bad outcomes. We got triple the cost, and 25 million Americans don't have access to health care. So we've got a complete and utter mess on our hands. But as we're figuring out what to do with it, we got to make sure we're not, breaking the back of working families.
Absolutely. Senator, to you and your wife, Merry Christmas. And again, thanks for a big, big year. Do you know in 2026 what's the major agenda, or you'll tell us down the road?
Well, the one thing I hope we can deliver on, which will be enormous for Pennsylvania, is permitting reform.
Okay.
That is the big deal. It's not just for natural gas. It's for nuclear. It's for solar. It's for everything. We are in a world where energy dominance is more important than ever, and we're not going to get there without getting permitting reform, which is going to unleash $1 trillion of capital. It'll be great for the economy, great for our energy capability. We'll keep down energy prices, and it's complicated, but I think that's the big agenda item, and I hope we can get there.
Absolutely. Senator, thank you so much. Thanks for joining today.
Thanks for having me. Bye-bye.
All right, Senator Dave McCormick here on Talk Radio 1210. Lots out of there. You heard what he said on health care. If we get Brian Fitzpatrick on, Henry, have that ready to go. We'll play his view versus Fitzpatrick. Coming up, Jasmine Crockett is apparently forced out. This all-red guy who's the darling in Texas to run for the Senate. Will she be the Democrat nominee? Oh, my God. Let me move to Texas and run on the Republican side. I can hardly wait. I'll give you details on that. But first, it's time for...
It's Dom's Money Melody.
Where's all the money gone?
We are playing today for a $50 gift card to Metro Diner, perfect for your next holiday gathering. Metro Diner is serving up their Heat and Amp. Wait a minute. I'll read this again. Their Heat and Amp. Serve holiday feasts featuring roasted turkey or baked ham paired with all the fixings that serve a party of 1, 4, or 8. Goes a long way there. Great food, great ambiance. Visit metrodiner.com to place that order today.
Yeah, there might be a little typo in there. All right. Anyway, Dom.
Okay.
Today on the side question, we are asking for someone or something that is faded from relevance. A band that comes to mind when I kind of think of that, it's a band I like, so don't take this the wrong way, anybody, is Supertramp. Progressive rock band from the 70s. That sound doesn't exactly hold the same gravitas, carry the same weight as it does today, but they did have great songs like The Logical Song, Breakfast in America, Goodbye Stranger, and Give a Little Bit. So I'm actually going to play you a cover of Give a Little Bit today by another band that I think is also kind of faded from the spotlight, even though they were big at one time. The band I'm going to play you today, the cover band, were originally known as the Sex Maggots. I'm glad they shedded that name. They faded that one. And instead picked a different name that they got it from an ad from a magazine advertising a toy.
Okay.
So this band, I'd say, peaked in the late 90s into the 2000s. I want to know the name of this band covering Supertramp right here. Let's take a listen.
Okay, hit us with that, 855-839-1210. So we're going to get a winner coming up, and we have Dr. Robert Malone, the guy when it comes to vaccine, and the new panel of RFK Jr. He's next here on Talk Radio 1210. Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Thrilled to be bringing Scott Jennings to the Colonial Theater in Phoenixville for our next Politics and Pints on the 9th of December at 7:30. His book, President Trump Says, is directly inspired by my inaugural address. No fake news. There's Jennings derangement syndrome across the country now because of all this. You'll get it all. Get your tickets now. Go to 1210WPHT.com. 1210WPHT.com.
Tired of looking at your ugly, old, slippery bathtub? You don't have to any longer. Call PJ Fitzpatrick. The jacuzzi shower system from PJ Fitzpatrick features a low entry threshold with tons of design options. The jacuzzi shower is luxurious, affordable, and it installs in just 1 day. Plus, PJ will include a free shower seat and safety bars for all customers this month. Visit TrustPJ.com today for your free design consultation. That's TrustPJ.com.
Take your holiday green bean casserole from bland to brilliant with Hatfield Classic Cut Bacon. Start with your traditional casserole recipe. Then add a generous layer of crispy chopped Hatfield bacon on top. The rich, smoky flavor takes this holiday classic from side dish to showstopper. Your guests will savor the upgrade and return for seconds and even thirds. More holiday recipe inspiration awaits at simplyhatfield.com. Hatfield, better care, better pork, better holidays.
It's here. B101 is transformed into Philly's official Christmas station. Relax and unwind with your holiday favorites 24 hours a day, all the way through Christmas. Tell your smart speaker to play B101.
Tune in to the Crash Proof Retirement Show Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Joanne Small-Canella and Tracy Stillman. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Fall means football, and the ultimate game plan starts in your kitchen. At D&K Appliances, we carry winning brands like GE, Bosch, Wolf, and Sub-Zero. So whether it's game day grilling, chilling drinks, or post-game cleanup, we've got you covered. Family owned with personalized service. D&K Appliances delivers, installs, and supports every play. Visit our showrooms in Newtown Square or Flowertown, or online at dkappliances.com. D&K Appliances, the dependable difference.
Broadcasting live from the Piazza Auto Group studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
It's Dom's Money Melody.
Where's all the money gone?
Show me the money.
That is exactly right. Big prize today. In the on-deck circle, we're going to go to the guy on the Dom Giordano program, Dr. Robert Malone. First, let's go to Bill in Mullica Hill. Bill, what's your answer on Money Melody today?
That would be the Goo Goo Dolls.
That is correct, Bill. I will place you on hold, and you are going to go off to the Metro Diner. Nicely played. We'll do it again tomorrow with the full thing. But Dr. Robert Malone, you may have seen him the other day when this hepatitis B situation came down. He was the guy doing the roll call. Indicative, I think, of his stature on this, shall we say, new and revamped RFK Jr. committee that is the decider on guidance around vaccinations, around vaccine. Dr. Robert Malone joins us here in Philadelphia on Talk Radio 1210. Doctor, thank you very much. Thanks for joining us.
Thanks for having me on. So what do you want to talk about?
Yeah, well, we want to talk about the hepatitis B, and I was watching your reaction. You were very straightforward when you had some people who were pretty upset with this idea, and I think that's why they put you there to count the vote. Give us, Doctor, the major reason for this, and I'll give you some of the criticisms and see what you say. Why come down with this new stance that listeners are aware of around hepatitis B vaccine?
Pardon me. So the issue here is whether or not there is a need to dose children that are at extremely low risk for being infected with hepatitis B at the time of their birth. And it's often presented as a mandate to mothers and parents. Why is that necessary? It's not done in virtually any other Western industrialized country. And it was implemented in the United States, as documented in the New York Times back then. Basically, the logic was, well, we're not able to get adults to comply with the hepatitis B vaccine, and so we're going to have to start vaccinating them as children. And the best way to do that is to get them immediately at the time of birth. But the problem is that children at the time of birth don't have well-developed organ systems in a variety of different ways. Their brains, their kidneys, their livers are still developing, and they're very sensitive to various kinds of toxins and stimuli. And furthermore, mothers at the time of birth, for those that are listening that have given birth, they know that that is a really tense time. And if they're presented with a bunch of paper, as often is the case when they go to the hospital, they'll just go along, sign it, not think about it, because they're busy worrying about their delivery that's upcoming. And in that, basically what happens is that they don't really have informed consent. And so what is at hand here is bringing U.S. policy into alignment both with the science of child development, infant development, the rights of parents to informed consent, and alignment with the rest of the world.
So, Doctor, as a layman here, but I've interviewed any number of people. Dr. Paul Offit from Children's Hospital in Philadelphia,
Yes,
one
of
comes to
course.
mind.
Who, by the way, was invited to the ACIP meeting, but declined.
It's kind of surprising. Yeah, I think it's better if you
he's
guys...
got very strong opinions, but he doesn't seem to want to have them challenged.
I think it's much better. You're right. If you guys duke it out scientifically so we get a better sense of all options here. Why the 2 months, though, for listeners? Is that what we've settled on, what the directive would be? At 2 months, you would recommend this?
No, it's actually a lot more nuanced than that.
Okay.
And the press has really done a poor job on explaining what the language actually was. So it's more subtle and in some ways more profound. The rest of the world that does, those countries that do advocate for some hepatitis B vaccination of children, all begin that vaccination at 2 months. It is absolutely an arbitrary number. It could be 3 months, could be 4 months. But the point is to delay the first vaccine until you're moving beyond a critical phase of development of your newborn baby. And 2 months is what much of the world does. But the recommendation is it's really quite subtle. It's number one, that you need to confer with your healthcare provider about your risks and benefits and those of your child in receiving this product. To illustrate the point, if you're someone who is living in a community that is, there are many recent Asian immigrants, and Asia and Africa are where we have the majority of hepatitis B in the world, and recent immigrants from those regions have historically had a higher incidence of hepatitis B. The real surge in Hep B came after the Vietnam War, when all of the Southeast Asians that had been supporting the United States government immigrated to the United States. That's when we had this real surge. And so if you're a mother giving birth to a child where you're going to have a frequent contact between your child and others in your community that are hepatitis B virus positive, then maybe you ought to go ahead and have it very soon or at birth, if they're going to be, around the child immediately after birth. But for the average person, the average mother, the average child, the vast majority of children that have no risk, they aren't surrounded by people that have hepatitis B. If the mother chooses, or the parents, the guardians choose to vaccinate with hepatitis B, the suggestion, it wasn't a recommendation, is that you don't initiate those doses until 2 months. Remember, there's 3 doses in the series.
Yes.
But it's also worded very carefully that that's if you wish to proceed with the vaccine. So it leaves the option open that if a mother or guardian decides they don't want to vaccinate their child for hepatitis B, they no longer have to. What we're trying to do is get away from mandates.
Okay,
We're
but let
trying
me
to put
ask you
the
on that,
power
Doctor,
back
because
to-
you've said a lot of stuff here that I agree with you. The media did not report that Africa and the Asian countries. Getting away with this, though, am I right that hepatitis B, the argument on the other side, is incurable? It's going to be a lifetime disease, and we know all the outcomes that might happen as a result. Why would we want to move away from a mandate? What's your reasoning on that?
The reason is twofold. Number one, we want to shift the whole emphasis here on towards informed consent, towards the rights of the individual and the rights of the individual guardian of a child to make decisions about what's best for that particular patient or that particular child, and move it away from this kind of mindless insistence on the greatest good for the greatest number that has become the norm in public health. The idea that the state has the right to impose an injected medical treatment on you as an individual. You know, this gets back to my body, my choice. We want to move this whole public health discourse back towards the rights of the individual for bodily autonomy and making their own informed choice about what they want to do. We're not taking anybody's vaccine away from anybody. Matter of fact, we were very careful to make sure that the funding is in place, that anybody that wants to receive one of these products will still have it subsidized by the federal government, Medicare, Medicaid, etc. We haven't taken anybody's vaccine rights away at all. What we've done is created a pathway that for those parents, and there's quite a few of them, that aren't comfortable with hepatitis B vaccination of their children, they don't have to do it. And by the way, that is the norm throughout almost all of Europe. And this whole logic that, well, there are no harms, that's false. That's propaganda. All you have to do is look at the package insert for hepatitis B vaccines about the risks. To say that there's no risks is absurd. They're all listed there on the package insert. This is propaganda.
Is Dr. Robert Malone with us? Is autism one of them? Even as a layman, what I do, doctor, I'm keenly aware of this debate over autism back and forth. And I'm sensitive toward, we have to get at the root of this. Could I ask you to summarize, and take your time, it's fine, of where Dr. Robert Malone sees some of the causal elements when it comes to autism? What are some of the main things you're looking at?
So this whole issue about acetaminophen, about Tylenol,
right?
Actually, there are solid data in multiple peer-reviewed studies and a mechanism of action that makes sense. So that looks an awful lot like the president got it right, that may be one of the contributing factors. There are also genetic factors. That is an underlying truth. There are some genetic risk factors. There are other factors that we don't understand. A lot of people think that vaccines are one of them, and that's based upon observations of parents of vaccine-injured children that again and again and again report that the child was healthy, the vaccine was administered, and then the child wasn't healthy in a number of different ways, typically involving crying or suddenly showing signs of some kind of a neurologic damage. And so we can't overlook all those parents. And frankly, one of the things that's coming out that I'm troubled by is that we don't really understand what's going on with sudden infant death syndrome. And there are many reports and considerable concern that sudden infant death syndrome cases may be associated with vaccination in time. Okay, so now we need to start collecting what is the vaccine history preceding a sudden infant death syndrome event. the state of Florida is starting to do that. They're requiring it. Now, the thing that's mentioned with hepatitis B vaccines and autism, and it is not one of the warnings on the package insert. Let's be clear of that. The FDA has not identified this as a risk. But one of the issues is the use of this adjuvant, this thing cofactor that makes vaccines more immunogenic called alum, an adjuvant. Alum is an aluminum salt, and it was first discovered in the 1920s and has kind of been grandfathered into a whole lot of the pediatric vaccines, not the live ones, but the killed ones and the subunit ones. They all have alum, and they've all been tested separately, alum or other aluminum salts. They've been tested separately and we can argue about how well, but they haven't ever been tested collectively. And when you give all of these vaccines in short series together to the child, then you really need to start asking, well, is there some component of all those vaccines that may be causing an additive effect? And there is literature suggesting that aluminum salts can be taken up and migrate to the brain and impact on brain function, essentially in the developing young child. And so do we disregard that? I think what we need to do is we have to get more data. And until we get that data, we have to be thinking very cautiously about whether or not the risks justify the benefits for these different vaccines. Do we have to have all these doses administered all in a very close time together into
Doctor, let me ask you
children?
that I would tell you in talk radio, that is one of the biggest common sense things that people will say, and that I will agree. It strikes me as something to take a deep look at, just the logic of it. So what's the argument on the other side? Why do we, in your view, when you have opponents on this, and that's principally our system right now, why do we do that? Why all at once or over a short period of time? What's the argument to do that?
Yeah, and I got an earful of it, as you heard, over those last 2 days. I had to manage that whole meeting, and I tried really hard to be open-minded and carefully listen to the various professional societies and not just dismiss their comments. And by the way, they were coordinating those various statements on Signal while they were making them publicly. That was a show, and it was a coordinated series of statements that were deployed there. But the argument is with hepatitis B that the decline in incidence of hepatitis B in the United States has been driven by this policy of vaccinating in birth. But in fact, that the data that were presented, and the other side didn't seem to want to acknowledge it, but there were new data presented from the CDC that showed that that's not true. And it's quite compelling if you look at it objectively. So the thesis that vaccines are what caused the decrease in hepatitis B, it doesn't hold up to scrutiny. Other non-vaccine interventions seem to have been the ones that made the difference. Now, the argument, there isn't really a cogent argument that I've heard as to why all these vaccines have to be administered together, except for pediatrician convenience. The idea that, well, we want to minimize the number of visits that patients have to have, and we want to maximize the vaccine coverage in those visits. And so that's why we compress all these things together so that little Johnny goes to the doc and he gets 5 shots so that he doesn't have to come back at different times over the next year. But that's about the convenience of the doctor. That's not about best practices for the patient.
Absolutely. Dr. Robert Malone, thank you for coming on today. Where do we find you? Where do we go to find you, on Twitter or website? Where did we go?
Well, thank you. I'm on X, Gab, Getter, and Truth Social at RWMaloneMD. But most importantly, you can go to malone.news. That's our daily Substack. And you don't have to pay. You can subscribe. It'll come straight into your email. So that's malone.news. And Thank you. And pay attention to what President Trump has authorized Secretary Kennedy to do. We're now going to have to take a look at the entire vaccine schedule because of President Trump's directive to Secretary Kennedy last Friday night.
Absolutely. Doctor, thank you. We welcome you back here in Philadelphia anytime. Thank you for joining us today.
Thanks for having me on.
Dr. Robert Malone here on Talk Radio 1210. All right, you can see where this vaccine committee is going, and one burst is not enough here. We'll continue. You heard where he said they're going next, his sense of it. Your reaction at 855-839-1210 and the lightning round. We want to get a winner today on something that really has declined, gone out of public view. We've had really good answers, person, place, or thing. Hit us with that on Talk Radio 1210.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
CNN is trying to convince people that Trump's deportations are bad because Modelo and Corona sales are plummeting. Because you just assume that Mexican people drink Mexican beer. I like
love
Corona.
Mexican beer.
I love Corona.
I like Dos Equis, Modelo, Corona. You know why Modelo became #1 2 years ago in 2023? Do we need to do revisionist history here?
I was just going to say that.
Because Alyssa Heinerschneid thought sticking Dylan Mulvaney in a Bud Light ad,
right.
which was the #1 beer in America, tanked. And who took off? Modelo.
Yep.
Start your day with Kale and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
At Virtua Health, we're redefining heart care.
Our heart rhythm team at Virtua is really working at the forefront of technology. There's constantly new advances.
Like cardiac clinical trials and breakthrough treatments for atrial fibrillation.
Treating atrial fibrillation with ablation and treating it early allows for the best outcomes for our patients. We can make a meaningful difference in patients' lives.
Virtua Health, here for complex heart care, here for good. More at virtua.org/hereforgood.
This season, Bucks County Estate Traders wants to say thank you for welcoming them into your homes and letting their one-of-a-kind pieces become part of your year. From timeless dining sets to the perfect accent piece, they're proud to help turn a house into a home. Discover the distinctive piece that completes any room and makes your home feel just right. Enjoy a comfortable shopping experience while exploring their showroom featuring over 16,000 pieces. Visit their Hatfield showroom, visit BucksCountyEstateTraders.com, open 7 days a week.
To 15-year-old Harper, buying an $80 vintage rock t-shirt is a great investment. To Harper's mom, this logic has a few holes in it. So she helped Harper open a Wells Fargo Clear Access banking account. With no overdraft fees and tools to track spending, Harper's learning, one heavy metal tee at a time. However you make money work, Wells Fargo can work with that.
Terms apply. Visit wellsfargo.com/deposit disclosures for fees and details.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Keep free speech alive. Follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
The time has come for the final test.
We usually call it the lightning round.
That is right. Oh, I see one of my favorite answers on here.
I knew
we
you
used
would.
to duke it out with Dan on this, who never got the concept. It's still here, apparently, in downtown Philadelphia.
Really?
We'll see. Yep. I could go there right now for some chicken pot pie. Let's go to the Earl of Tacony on the lightning round here with Dom. All right, Earl, what do you have?
Real quick, couple things. I already explained that I think the measles vaccine is responsible for autism. We're not going to go over that again. We already did that a couple of times on your show. I didn't call last week because I was in the mountains with the snow. So
yeah, that's wonderful. I would be at the beach, but if you prefer the mountain snow, that's great.
And my answer is going to be there used to be a time where you would drive around late at night and you would see diners all over the place. And there'd be a line at 2 o'clock in the morning of people waiting to go into the diners after the bars shut down. And I finally decided to figure out, why is that? That, you don't see any diners anymore and you don't see the lines. It used to be that you would go to some hole-in-the-wall bar and drink, and if they had a kitchen, maybe you got a sandwich. Now you have all these bars, Chickies and Pete's and PJ Wheelahands and everything, that are bars and restaurants. They have kitchens. They sell all sorts of food. And now that you can actually eat at a bar, there's no reason for you to go to the diner when you're done.
That is a good one. I love theories like that. Someday, Henry, mark this down. We'll talk about it afterward. Just your theory on something. Now, we have to be careful with the screening.
Yeah,
you get kind of wild.
Yeah.
I have theories on everything out there. I bet you have a few, too.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Particularly sports theories, yeah. Let's go to Bill in Bronx. All right, Bill, who's yours? Bill. Oh,
Bill put us on hold, so I had to drop
okay.
him.
I hear you. Gene in Abington. Gene, what's yours?
Oh, Dom, when I was growing up, you looked down the block, all over row homes, and on top of every home was a television antenna. We don't have them anymore. They're gone. All we have is cable now.
That might be a good thing. So, Richard in Summerdale. All right, Richard, what's yours?
Well, before I go, the guy looking for the drive-in movie, I believe in Vineland, when Dulcie Drive down in Jersey, during the summer, the Dulcie drive-in theater is still open during the summertime.
All right, Robert, there you go. Yeah, I think that's right. Yeah.
Okay, and my side question is, the Horn Hard Art Automat used to be one across the street from City Hall in Philly we used to go to down in the basement.
Thank you. I think there's one on Walnut, I want to say, Henry. I had the
these.
guy on. I don't know if he's still in business. Dan doesn't get the romance of the Automat.
I have to see it for myself in order to draw a conclusion.
The pie's in there. He's telling me for 2 years. Who are you kidding?
Sounds good.
Zenos. I thought diners would spur him here in Upper Darby. All right, Zenos, what's yours today?
Good afternoon, Dom. You know what it is? It sort of spurred me up as a kid. It was a novelty for us because my dad didn't really like it. Was the old-fashioned TV dinners with that aluminum tray and all that stuff.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, my dad wasn't a fan for us, but for us as kids, he did it on a Friday so we could say we were Americanized, which we were. We practiced the Greek stuff aside, but we assimilated to this country. But unfortunately, there's too many people that don't want to assimilate. Your people, my people, we all did it, Dom. And that's all I got to say.
Thank you, Zenos. Imagine the TV dinner as a metric of fitting in with America. Is willing to go to that level. Oh, my God, how ghastly when I see the TV
Salisbury
dinner.
steak, anyone?
Oh, goodness. All right, Henry,
All right.
I think there was a winner in my mind today, but
Let's see. Yeah, there was a lot of good answers today.
Yeah.
But I think the three that I liked the most were Mike and Marlton with the stewardess.
Yes.
Joe and Columbus with the singles bar.
Yes.
And Earl of Tacony with the lines outside the diner
That was
after the
good.
bars.
Yeah.
But I know you like the Automat.
Yeah, but I got to go with Joe of
Oh,
Columbus.
all right.
Oh, that call.
Yeah, that call was great,
was
yeah.
tremendous. Joe of Columbus earned it today. Hey, by the way, don't forget, we're 1 day away. Right around this time, I'll be driving at the end of his show, Scott Jennings, to, what could go wrong? To the Colonial Theater. Get your tickets now. It's going to be fabulous tomorrow night. And if you get the upper tier, which is the meet and greet, which is fabulous backstage for like an hour and 15 minutes, we have that. And the book, which I've been telling you I couldn't get enough of, and the 1210 Christmas Ornament limited edition. Go to 1210WPHT.com. Get those tickets now. 1210WPHT.com. Yeoman work by Henry today. The Rich Zioli Show is next. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
You're driving along when you realize...
Oh,